Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for being here this evening. We are going to get to our show, Comic Shop Conversations, in just 1 minute. But I did want to update everyone. As of last week, or actually as of this week, on Monday, I believe it was, I got an email for this channel, the MVP Maxfield Von Priestley channel, saying that the channel was indeed demonetized, is still demonetized, and I have to submit an appeal, a claim that will in turn hopefully respond in response to the demonetization. So I did want to share with everyone, like, really quick, just kind of what's going on, and then we'll bring the boys in and we'll get to talk about the comics for this week. So I posted this on the YouTube channel. If you guys haven't seen this, I'll just briefly kind of go through this. I received this email that says, our team of policy specialists carefully looked over your channel. We found that a significant portion of your channel is not in line with our YouTube partner program policies. So as of, that, I initially thought, gosh dang it, Kyle. Of course he's the one who got me demonetized and deplatformed. But no, it was not in fact Kyle, nor was it Josh. That was our second choice. But YouTube went on to say, as of today, your channel is not eligible to monetize, and you will not have access to monetization tools and features. So what does that mean for you guys, for the audience, for the fans? Basically, for those of you who are members of the channel, you may have seen that your membership is paused until I submit my appeal to YouTube, and they accept that, and they say, hey, you're good to remonetize your channel. Your membership will be paused. Now, if they deny my appeal, then the members will get their money back. So don't worry, you guys will be repaid if the channel is not remonetized. For those of you who aren't channel members but still just want to send super chats, I cannot unfortunately accept super chats because of the demonetization. However, I did put the Stream Elements link down below, which goes directly to my PayPal account. So if you want to subvert YouTube and the 70-30 policy and want to give 100% of whatever it is that you're donating to my PayPal and to the Stream Elements link, you are more than welcome to do that, and it's greatly appreciated as I kind of go through this process of appeal. The next thing that I wanted to share with you guys is, well, what was it? If it wasn't Kyle, if it wasn't Josh screaming the F word or dropping hard R's, what could it have been? The email and on my YouTube studio stated that YouTube said that after reviewing your channel using a combination of automated systems and human reviewers, we found that it does not follow YouTube's channel monetization policies, and the feedback was that it was for reused content. I also posted this on Twitter, to which a ton of people within the fellowship got back to me and offered me advice, offered me some words of wisdom, and I'm eternally grateful for you guys, and thank you so much for that advice, wisdom, and guidance. Basically, what it sounds like as of right now, what I'll have to do is I will make a claim or an appeal video, and I will showcase to YouTube how I create my content, how I create my live streams, how I edit things, where I pull the content from. Everything will be basically just kind of a behind the scenes of how I do my work and here how I create my content here on the channel. And then YouTube will have the opportunity to respond back and say if in fact it is within their monetization policies or their what is it called? I'm blanking on it. Their terms of service, if you will. So with that being said, the only thing that, there's a lot of things that suck about this, but the thing that sucks the most about it is that they don't actually give me a video to look at to find the reused content. So I can either delete the video or know what not to do next time. But they also don't give me any examples of what they could mean by reused content, right? So does that mean the music that I use in the backgrounds of my videos? Does that mean the clips that we use in the beginning of our intro? Does that mean the comic books that we're reviewing? Does that mean the videos that we respond to and react to? We have no idea, and I have no clue either. So what I'm going to try and do with the video that I will appeal this decision, hopefully with, is basically just showcase to them everything with my shorts, my live streams, and my recorded videos, how I create content, and show them that it is wholly unique, that it is mainly transformative, and that it is decipherable from AI or any other reused content or whatnot. So, because that's the main thing. As long as you show clips and as long as we review comics, as long as we are transforming it, reviewing it, talking about it, discussing it, that is still transformative content, which is within the terms of service, within the YouTube partnership program, like policy or whatever. So, I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I'm missing. So if you guys have any questions, just please let me know. And I am sorry for just this. Who would have thought that this would have happened? Normally YouTube does a thing where they give you like a strike on a video and they'll say like 3 strikes and we'll get rid of your channel. But this wasn't even like 3 strikes, you're out. They just demonetized the whole channel. So now it's just kind of up to me to try and figure out what it was that did it. A couple people in the comment section had said that maybe it was someone else claiming videos and reporting my videos and stating that could have been the case. We're not really sure, but ultimately, hopefully I will get the monetization back and we'll get those memberships back and get back into the swing of things for the holidays and for Christmas. So, like I said, if you guys have any questions, please let me know. But a huge thank you to everyone. Sincerely, genuinely, thank you all for supporting me during this time, for helping out with all of this stuff. Like I said, when I posted this on Twitter, I was just looking for maybe some insight, some wisdom. Not only did I get that, but people all over the fellowship, whether it was Quarter Black Garrett, whether it was Jay Drunk 3PO, Ryan Kinnell, Steph My Nerdy Home, Krista, anyone and everyone came out and was saying like at Team YouTube, was tagging at Team YouTube, what the hell is going on? You need to take a look at this. This is not right. Go fix this. So I'm eternally grateful. And that's really, really cool to see that there are so many people within this space that are backing these channels up, because I have a small channel, right? And I'm very grateful of that fact that even, you know, when I become demonetized, there's still people out there that are like, hey, let's fix this, right? So I'm very grateful. With all that being said, I've already taken 10 minutes and we haven't seen these guys' beautiful faces. So there they are. Here we are. And when you guys first heard about the demonetization, I mean, Kyle, you for sure were just like, it's me.
Yes! I was like, yes! Badge of honor right here. Oh. Yes! Success.
Oh, man. I mean, I wouldn't put it past him if it really was you, though.
If not me, then who? I mean, come on now.
If not you, then definitely this guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he would have been your partner in crime here, your culprit. But you know what that does mean? Now that we're actually not monetized, we can drop hard R's all we want, dude. Because you know these videos aren't really making money.
Great.
No. No, oh man,
maybe later. But no, I was shocked just due to the fact that yeah, we do take shots at certain people. Yes, we show comic books on here from sites that may or may not be reputable. I don't know if that's a thing. It's like, yeah, we do those things, but we're so small. It's just like, who gives a shit sort of thing. And so I'm like, Marvel sure as hell doesn't give a fuck. So that would be them going after everybody that's ever made a print of Spider-Man, like ever. It's like, really? Yeah, they could go after you, but are they going to go after the guy at the con with the booth set up saying, you can't do that, you don't own Spider-Man? It's like, no, they could, but they won't. So I genuinely was shocked when you sent that. I was like, oh shit. I'm like, what? I'm like, what did I say? I'm like,
right, you're trying to go back and like rewatch the old live streams and think about like, okay, what was the last thing I reviewed? Was it something I said then? I don't know.
Yeah.
So
I say,
yeah, I know.
I just realized I was muted this whole time. Damn.
Yeah.
Oh no, were you?
Yeah, I was talking.
Oh no.
I said like when you said that you could say retard, whatever you want. I was like, you can say fuck, shit, bitch, whatever.
There you go.
Balls.
All of it's fair game now. So Cajun says, and you probably never will know what you did wrong. And that's the thing that kind of sucks is it's like, well, how do I know in the future, how do I create content if I think that, because this has happened to Zaxx twice. This has also happened to J Drunk 3PO twice. So it's like, oh my God, man. The fact that I think what worried me the most is the fact that they could just do it like that. You know, like one morning you wake up, gone, you know, and that's how lucrative this whole industry is. So,
yeah. So somebody would have had to have alerted YouTube to your presence, right? I mean, that's my guess.
I don't know if it's as malicious as that. Now, granted, there could be someone, and we've had people on the live streams before, like in the comments section, who I would actually say, like, yeah, I could see them doing that, right? Like, we've had people that we know that are like, hey,
oh yeah,
they've messed with us so much, or they've like tried to DM us, and like where there's such a thorn in our side, where it's almost like, yeah, I could see this guy reporting our videos.
I could
However,
I could also see them trying to cut off her skin and wear it as a suit too at the same time.
Oh, yeah,
there's a lot of tism. Oh yeah,
lots of tisms. Yeah, they have a lot of time in their day to do something. But I don't even know if it's that malicious. Like I said, I wonder if it is just YouTube seeing all our live streams and like the automated system seeing how similar they all look and saying something doesn't seem right here, where you're using automated content because all of it seems like it's the same thing over and over again. You know, you're making however much money a month from your memberships, so they think I'm probably profiting off of just reused uploaded content every week. And I think that's what a lot of my friends were saying, is that people who tend to do more live streams tend to have this thing happen. So
I don't know. I'm blaming somebody else. That's just easier for me.
Rockin' Robbie, what the hell, man?
It's got to be those fucking cocksuckers in his group chat, right? Like, it has to be.
He's got a lot of dickless simps. So
who else do we go after that's big? I mean, even his channel is not very big, but I just, who the fuck would it be? It's got to be somebody, because YouTube doesn't give a fuck about you. No offense, they don't give a shit about us. Are you kidding me? Get out of town.
You know what's kind of nice is that, and I know that you say that with all love, being like, they don't give a shit about your channel. What's kind of nice is a smaller channel is that they don't give me a hard time about stuff that like normally a bigger channel would get in so much more trouble for, you know?
Yeah.
Like I've had live streams on here that are strictly go over like politics or like super divisive, I don't know, topics. And it's been like, it's like partially monetized. It's a little slap on the wrist, but it's like, but for the most part, you're fine, whatever. They don't care, but if it were a bigger channel, they would have been 6 feet under. So
I wouldn't be allowed if I was on an actual like channel with, thousands of people. No, like they'd be like, all right, you're done. Get out of here.
You're out. Now, granted, we do have a really great audience. Like we have 7,000+ subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
And the viewers that watch us, we have, I think sometimes on our live streams, upwards of 500 people that have viewed it. And I'm grateful for every one of those views. So thank you all out there for watching this stuff. But yeah, honestly, it's fun for us. And the incentive for the monetization is to allow us to continue to do this week by week, is to allow us to read more books or try and put out more content or think about how we want to, approach our best and worst of the week or best and worst of the year or whatever it may be. And so it gives us that extra push to be like, or even for on Sundays when I'm painting miniatures, like to paint more models, build more models, buy more things to show off. Even on show and tell, like one of the things that I always thank these guys for was like a lot of the show and tell. I've never seen those comics before. So then I'll go out and buy them so we can show them on the channel, stuff like that. But yeah, Zaxx says, this is such a frustrating process. You broke the rules, quote unquote. YouTube. Max, what Matt, what rule and how did I break it? YouTube silence. Yes.
Mm.
Yeah. This is a good question. Grateful Dog says, "Did you guys get Conan?" I did not get Conan last week. I didn't get it this week, but they did put it out on the interwebs. So,
But we can't show you because we're no. Now we.
I
Can.
know, right? Now we can. You know what's funny? I didn't even think about League of Comic Geeks. That's another one.
Ooh,
What's wrong with that?
shouldn't be.
About League of Comic Geeks. All those.
Why can't we? What is that? Well, I mean, what?
No. He's saying the League of Comic Geeks guys probably hated us
Oh.
because of when we read their comments and we say you are not a real comic book fan.
See, those are the people that would like that makes sense to me.
No. Josh says, Kyle, what did I say? Plays hour-long clip of Kyle being a complete degenerate. 1 hour?
That's
come
the
on.
comments and stuff.
They're just gonna show you clips of me.
Yeah.
That is the absolute worst.
Oh, man, that'd be funny. We could actually fill a live stream of just Kyle's like best moments.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here we go. Zaxx says the only answer that he got was that his live streams look too similar to each other because they're all panel shows on StreamYard.
Well,
Well,
you know about every fucking show. Like, what does that
I know,
have to
right?
do with anything? Like, so what?
It's also interesting because I'm wondering if because the intro that I do, like the intro for all of the videos, are clips. Granted, they're only like 2 to 3 second clips from other things, video games, movies, TV shows. So they see that enough times and they go, man, he's just playing Gladiator like every week. Or when I do my reviews of X-Men, the animated series, or, Batman, the animated series, and then they go, man, he's just pulling clips from the TV shows. So like I can see where they may think it is, but all of that content is still transformative. Right. So, oh, well, we'll see. Cajun says, Max, the person doing the appeal is either a woman or a gay dude, or just send a video of you doing a saucy dance in your silkies. Boom! Remonetized. Oh, if only it were that easy.
It might be.
Guys can't get away with that. If I had, some nice cannons on me, maybe, but
Honestly, one thing I've learned is if you go high enough, there's always that one person who can be like, fix it now. And you can get fixed. If you go high enough.
See, that's true. If you know the right people. Grateful Dog, Punisher 102. Is that the Bullseye one?
I think so.
Is that the cover with Bullseye on it? Dude, Grateful Dog, those Punisher, anywhere between like 98 to 103, I think it is, 104. Those are tough to find because they are the last issues in that run.
Wow.
So if you can find them, that's awesome.
Not too long ago.
Very low print runs.
Yeah, very low, and they're hard to find in good condition.
Yeah.
Punisher 102.
Yeah, I got that recently. I showed that off a while ago.
Yeah, Toad Storbs.
Yeah, that is that's the Bullseye cover.
I love that cover.
The
one that I have is Beat to Hell. It looks like a dog chewed it, but I still have one.
You still own it.
And now, Kyle, I think recently, didn't like White Gold or someone make a T-shirt of that cover?
Somebody did.
Yeah.
Wasn't Weapons Prime. I don't know what company. Somebody did. Yeah.
This is pretty good. Yeah, I got a weird email from YouTube. It says we require Josh to give Max a spanking so we know he learned his lesson. But see, what YouTube would want is us to film it and then send it to him. Man, weird.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, I mean, if it means that we get to be remonetized again, I guess so.
Yeah.
Knicks fans probably reported.
All two of them. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay, I was reading Dazzler this week.
Oof.
I'm trying. I don't know how I'm going to do this. This may be the hardest, most difficult decision when it comes to our worst comics of the year this year. Because I can't, between Dazzler, Nyx, and Adjectiveless X-Men, they may be the worst things ever. Worst things I've ever read. Maybe up to par with like Fire and Ice and Hawk Girl or Hawk Woman, Hawk Whammon.
Yeah.
So I'm letting you know right now. Tomorrow I'm doing my worst series of the year. I'm sorry, worst series of the year with Wes.
Oh.
So, it's gonna be surprising what my choice is, but once I give my explanation as to why, be like, you know what? It's hard to really say no to that when you really think about it.
But you really have to think about it.
Yes.
Now, are Kyle and I going to be doing the same thing that we did last year, where we were saying like, why so high or why so low?
For the best or the worst?
Both.
No, here's the thing. With the best this year, I've gone through my list like every day at least once.
Oh wow.
And
okay.
It's just one of those things where it's like, because look, full open kimono. I've only got one DC book in my top 10. That's it.
That tracks.
No Marvel.
Yeah.
One DC. It's all indie after that. And
yeah.
Really, it's taking into account just like which indie is better than the other one, and kind of remembering that, okay, some of these were only like 4 issues or so, and like, should I really put that above something that's had 6 or more issues? I really can't. So there's a lot of good stuff.
No, that totally tracks, man. I'm looking at my top 5 right now. Not a Marvel or DC book to be even like sniffed at in my top 5. So, yeah.
I have one. So I was doing this. So I have 2 Excel spreadsheets. So I put the best and the honorable mentions over in one column, and then I copy and pasted every single cover in here also and stack them up. So I have the covers, because some of them are specific issues, some of them are for the series. So I wanted to make sure if it was a specific issue, I wanted that issue cover there represented. So I have the best and the worst. I have no DC. I have one Marvel book in my top 10.
One Marvel book in your top 10. No DC, you said?
None.
Wow. So this will be interesting. So I've got one DC, and okay, he's got one Marvel.
Did you perchance did you read the Lobo cancellation special?
I did not go back to read the Lobo cancellation
special. Okay, open kimono again. I did not include that because that was a one shot.
But that's still comic.
That's interesting.
Can we include one shots?
Oh yeah.
I did. Okay. One of my top 10 is a one shot.
Yeah, one shots are fun.
Okay.
But graphic novels now, trade paperbacks. I don't think we can because it's not a. I figure we want to do something like a monthly release, and a single one shot is a monthly release from the big 2. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like we've done one shots before.
I think so. Probably. We have to go back and look, but I mean, I'm happy with my top 5. I haven't moved. Okay, I haven't moved the top 4. The top 4, I knew what my 1, 2, 3, and 4 were going to be.
Oh, yeah.
Everything else has been moved at least 5 times. I'm still really not that happy with it, but I'm happier with it now.
All right. Good deal. Gooch, what's happening, brother? Hope you're doing all right, man. Thanks for swinging by. Josh is still working on his list. So,
but the worst, fuck. Like I knew what my 3 were. I knew what the worst.
Well, I know
like,
your number 1 is.
Everyone knows what my number 1's going to be. So everything else.
Yeah. So when it comes to the worst for me, I mean, we're already talking about it, so screw it. But I don't include any indies in here because I feel like I'm not saying necessarily it's picking on the special needs kid, but it's picking on the less talented kid. you know. So for me, I'm going after the big two for my worst of the year because I feel like those are the ones that, in theory, should be the best, should be representing what the industry should be, have the quote unquote best talents, the quote unquote, the most money attached to them. They got all this backing. These are the ones that should be successes, but no, they're not. These are the ones that I think are the big failures. These are the big disappointments of the year.
No, I still put Image up there. Like they're no longer an indie. I don't consider them indie anymore. They're just as big as Marvel and DC in my eyes.
I mean, they've got to be when you look at something like a Transformers from Skybound.
Skybound.
That's selling more than Marvel and DC. They may actually be surpassing them. They're the big boys now in the arena. So it's like, even though Marvel and DC does have the backing from Daddy Disney and Daddy Warner Brothers, Daddy Disney and Mommy Warner Brothers, the other indie books are selling better. Like, I think they're doing a better job. So I'm not taking it easy on them. Everyone's a fair game. I'm putting it all in there.
Yeah. So are we capping our honorable and dishonorable mentions? Because I have 14 for each. I have 14 honorable and 14
best of. I got 10 best of and 7 honorable mentions.
Okay, because I have 14 honorable and 14 dishonorable mentions. You want me to cut that off? Because I could have kept going, honestly.
That's kind of the difficult part. Is I want to think that we could probably keep our honorable and dishonorable mentions to 10.
Okay.
So it's a total of 20.
Okay,
Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay.
I'd rather have too much. I can subtract. That's fine.
Okay. Oh yeah, I have on my worst of list, I have like 40. So it's like, it's now about cutting them down to say like what really was truly like the worst. So yeah, I think I'm going to choose 10 honorable, 10 worst, 10 honorable for the best, and then 10 of the best. So
oh man, 10 that's gonna be tough for me.
10 honorable and the 10 dishonorable is
10 honorable, man, that's gonna be tough.
Yeah. I also don't think, because to be fair, I also do not think that we can add Ripperverse into our selections because it is, if you want to call it a crowdfunded book, I know it's not. I know he's very specific about this is not a crowdfunded book, but because it is within the realm of like a publisher that is outside of Diamond Distributors or Lunar or Penguin Random House, whatever you might want to call
it's
it.
It's website only.
Yeah. So I think we have to keep it out.
Oh, I kept all of those out. Comics, all that stuff, that none of that's in here. That's not fair.
Okay.
Like that.
Because the other thing too is that we'd have to read all of it too.
Yeah, and fuck that.
I don't know if we have.
The problem is they're all too long. It's like, why the fuck a 95-page book?
Yeah, we don't have the bandwidth for
really
that. So.
Because obviously any ISOM or Ripperverse book will be at the top of the list.
What's funny is your boy Zaxx. Surprisingly, I checked in on his channel today. He put out a review, quote unquote, of Horseman, and his review of Horseman was, "This is too long." that's all he said.
That's a lot coming from him.
He's like, "This is 90 pages." He's like, "I'm not reading this. It's too long."
Pages?
And then the video ended.
Jesus.
Fuck that.
He's like, "That's a lot of horse, man." That was his tagline. So I was like, a lot of horse, man.
That's the way it is for a lot of horses, actually. That's a lot of horse.
There's a lot of horse.
When it hits the high seas, I will attempt to read some of it, but I'm not paying for that piece of shit.
There have been a few that have hit the high seas, so it's just,
Yeah. Did you see he put out a trade paperback? He's called it like Trinity or something.
Oh no, Kyle, that's not a trade paperback. It's an omnibus.
Whatever the fuck he wants to call it.
No,
but
it's an $85 omnibus.
But it's just called Trinity.
Yeah,
but it doesn't show what's in there on the cover.
Yeah, because it's just the reprinted issues of ISOM 1, Alpha Core 1, and Yaira 1.
Right. My point is, if you want to try to sell this to a a newbie or a rando, they don't fucking know what that is. It's not on the cover. It's just, oh, so is this a comic book called Trinity? It's like, well, no, it's actually a collection of 3 different things. It's like, well, I don't fucking know that. How would I know that?
Hmm. Good
It's
luck.
like it's called a completely different
it's
thing.
just like,
It's
oh,
like,
well, here you
what?
go.
Like,
Yeah, it is. But I mean, I can't fault the man. He has his own YouTube channel talking strictly creator business. Sorry, excuse me, business. And so he's got a whole channel devoted to that. I don't know anything about business.
I guess.
So
You
maybe
do.
this
Apparently no
maybe
one-
having those 3 on the cover does really work well. I don't know. Fiend, you are not the only one. I dipped out of you boy Zaxx channel a long time ago. We're talking like
Yeah.
6 months ago. I
And
dipped
hey,
out.
He's down to
Yeah.
like 92,000 now, I think. It's
Mhm.
yes.
Which is still a lot, but I mean, it's just
Yeah.
that used to have like 105, I think. So
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Jamin D coming in. He says, for me, it's got to be Flash Gordon, Space Ghost, Rook, Unholy Nightmare, TCM. So got to count, right? GI Joe. Oh, I don't know. Did you see how he spelled it, Drew? It's like Dark Knight's Metal. He spelled it
Yeah,
Unholy
I-
Nightmare.
I'm not going to fault him for that. I'm going to blame DC training comic book collectors for that crap. So
I agree.
yeah.
Mm.
I concur. So I'll wait till the collected edition to go on sale for $5.
Still not worth it. It's like
Well,
300 pages. Like, it's like of garbage.
$5 plus the $20 shipping. Okay, guys. So it's a $25
Ugh.
book. Come on.
Oh God, of garbage.
Well, speaking of books that are coming out, I think you guys have some show and tell to go over. So let's get right into some show and tell. Now, I do not have anything this week, but what I plan to have for Christmas, for our Christmas show, because the 27th, we're going to do our Christmas show. You all will have some gifts. I will have some gifts, but I plan on showing off some cool stuff. Daddy's getting himself a little something nice. So, yeah.
Oh,
No Christmas bonuses for me or anything, but I did save up and I was like, this will be kind of cool. So yeah. But yeah, and any one of you guys, I think Kyle, you said you had one that you wanted to show off this week.
yeah. I got a couple things here I can show real quick. One of them's comic. These 2 things aren't. I just wanted to pick them up because I just think they're cool.
Oh, nice.
We had these when we were kids. I told Drew I found these, and we had one. So these were from 1989. As far as the age of these, we had one of these when we were kids, and I happened to find, just these old watches. And so I actually have the Joker and the Batman.
The Buttman. Look at those.
Yeah, I like.
Where
that this Toys R Us sticker still on it, which I think is cool.
That's cool. I do like the Toys R Us one.
Yeah.
So wait, where'd you find these bad boys?
eBay.
Oh, the Bay of E.
Bay of E.
All right.
I was just looking.
So
I was like, you know what? I wonder if anybody has any of these. And it's like they're, and they're incredibly. Everyone can have them, and they're super cheap. They're just something cool to have from childhood.
Dude, those are actually sick. So are you going to get into the watch collecting market?
No.
Dude, that's a whole nother bag of worms when you think about like how much money those guys pay for like those like exclusive watches and like
it's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a scene, man.
Oh, it's a scene, man.
And so I got 2 books. This one, it's a video game adaptation comic, which I never got a chance to read, but it was cool flipping through it. And this is actually Metal Gear Solid #1.
Oh, I thought you were going to pull out Batman Fortnite, but no.
No, not that good.
Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah.
Konami.
Oh,
So
Konami.
does this Is this your entrance into manga?
This isn't manga. What are you talking
I
about?
mean,
This is an actual real comic book.
I know, but it's pretty close. I mean, it's got manga
Well, here's
art, right?
I've read that I've flipped through the omnibus collection of that, and that art is
It's interesting.
yes, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Much
all
like
right.
the cover of this, it's like it's very I don't know. It's something.
It's
Oh.
like if
I
you're
mean, it looks kind of
expecting
cool from here. I don't know.
if you're expecting cool fight scenes or whatever, and all, you're not going to get them. It's
No,
just
No.
no. I don't want you to get dinged here, but I mean, it's very dream-like.
Oh, I kind of like that. That looks cool.
Yeah,
I wouldn't expect that for a Metal Gear Solid book, but I mean,
exactly. Yeah.
like I would expect it to be super, or at least much cleaner.
yeah. I mean,
To
and
showcase
this,
like the weaponry
yeah.
and stuff like that.
This first issue kind of takes place a little before Metal Gear Solid 1, the video game, and then it picks up like during the video game. So if you play Metal Gear Solid 1, you'll kind of, get caught up and then be like, oh yeah, I recognize that. So, which I did. I'm like, oh, I haven't played Metal Gear Solid 1 since the 90s, but I'm like, I remember that. So,
Damn, nice. And where'd you find that one again?
the Bay of E.
The Bay of E again?
And this one I found at Half Price Books.
Oh.
So this one, I have been wanting to hunt one of these bad boys down for a long time, and they are very scarce. Only 1,000 of them. Very hard to come by. It's beat up, but I don't really care because beggars can't be choosers. Limited to 1,000. It's numbered and signed. So this was a sketchbook that came out in 2007 from an artist, and very scarce. Only sold like at conventions or something. Very hard to come by, and it was controversial for the cover. And so I am happy to own the EVS Hour Shrine.
Wow.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Wow.
My struggle. Wow.
Not reference to anything, but
no, not at all.
No.
Yeah, I distinctly remember back in like 2017, 2018 when people were trying to cancel him for that, and they're like, he was just like, you guys not get the fucking joke? It's Sinestro on the cover, who is pretty much an Adolf Hitler type character.
Yeah.
It's like, do you not get it?
Oh, that looks so good.
There's some art in here I've never seen.
That's cool. That looks great.
Yeah. So
it's all just sketches, or it's all
sketches.
like all his black and white art. Okay.
Yeah, black and white art, all sketches. And
dude, I
a little
love
brief
it.
description. Yeah. He does have a cyber frog in here, actually.
Oh.
Oh my god, that looks great. That's so sick.
Is neat.
Yep. That is neat.
That is neat. There's the back.
So wait, show the very nice. Show the cover one more time.
Demonetized.
2007. Wow. This is a while ago. This is almost a decade ago. Man.
Yeah.
And this was from one of his live streams, or was this from the Bay of E that you just came across it, or he like showed it off, or how'd you find it?
Oh, Half Price Books.
Wait,
that's right. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it was at Half Price Books.
Which one?
It was online.
Oh, okay. I think
I'm surprised.
The online Half Price Books.
Oh, I think it was the one on. I think it went to the one like on County Line or something.
Oh, I wish.
What the shit?
Yeah, I wish.
I'm surprised that they even sold that. Like, I figured that they'd burn it. They'd be like,
"Oh,
no, we can't sell this."
I've the Half Price Books where I live off 86th Street. They've had I found a bunch of Richard Myers stuff there. I found copies of Jawbreakers and Iron Sights. Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, I've been looking for one of those for a long time. They're just impossible to come by. Like nobody has them. Like they never show up.
Well, because I figure those who are EVS fans like are vehemently like they keep his stuff, like they don't want to get rid of it.
Right.
And the people who have been fans of EVS but now hate him have gotten rid of his stuff years ago. They like got rid of it. They offloaded it somewhere and have never gone back. So the fact that you were able to find something like that, pretty damn cool.
Yeah, it was like $100. I think it was like 100. So I was like,
oh,
yeah.
Dude, totally worth it, especially signed. Yeah, and
Yeah.
numbered.
And numbered.
That's cool. Yeah, Jack, you're totally right. I don't know what I was thinking here. I was thinking 2017, but no, you're right. It was 2007. God.
Mm.
Whew.
Almost 20
That's
years
so rad.
ago.
That was when I feel like Marvel and DC were still like, okay, early 2000s, not too bad, right? It
Yeah.
was really that like 2012, 2014 that was just
Storm clouds on the horizon.
all right. Those were good. Nice,
Mhm.
nice. I think my favorite of the watches. No, I'm kidding.
Hey,
Yeah,
they're cool watches.
Yeah,
They are
I've
cool, yeah.
I've got the Joker one at home. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you got to wear it.
I don't know if it would fit. I could try, but
Yeah. Drew, you got some cool stuff to show off?
I got a couple things I picked up. Like I love trade paperbacks and Omnibuy.
Yeah.
This one I picked up is a used trade paperback. So I'm a Rob Liefeld fan, and some of his DC stuff that he did in the New 52, a lot of that stuff is out of print and hard to find. And I found his Deathstroke run he did, Deathstroke Volume 2 Lobo Hunt.
Ooh, all right.
Notice how it's called Lobo Hunt, yet Lobo is nowhere on the cover.
Yeah, very suspect.
Just a bunch of ninjas. A shocker, Joshua Williamson wrote some of the stories.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, it gets some beautiful Rob Liefeld art in here of Deathstroke and Zealot, versus Lobo. It's pretty sweet.
Oh, look at this was Lipstick Lobo though.
No. This is before that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
This is like when New 52 kicked off. This is like right around that time.
Gotcha.
And I was gonna say if anyone wants some cool behind the scenes stuff on Rob's time at DC, listen to his podcasts. He's got his New 52 stories, and they are hysterical.
You've been on kind of a Liefeld kick recently. You got the original art from him. You've been getting a ton of his like Wildstorm and like, Cyberforce and all that good stuff. Yeah. It's cool.
It's like I respect the guy's hustle. I respect from at his age how he's still working. He loves comics. He does not hide it. He absolutely loves comics. He would not be doing this if he didn't love comics.
Dude.
And,
oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
No, but and I respect that, and I respect that I still respect his art, and I love it. And I love the fact how a lot of his old stuff from the '90s, a lot of it is really being reviewed, for lack of a better term, reevaluated, and be like, you know what, there's actually some pretty damn good shit, especially when you put it in today's light, compared to artists from today. Look, we're getting a Youngblood Vault collection coming next year. So.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So naturally, I'm going to be getting one. And the last thing I got to show off here, I think Max, you'll appreciate this. I found one of these on eBay. It's the Saga of Solomon Kane.
Yeah, buddy. Yes. I've got one of those at home here too.
Yeah, I picked this
up.
That
is sick.
Dude, beautiful black and white. I mean, that's the only way to read Solomon Kane in black and white.
Oh.
I love it.
So these are all the reprinted stories from the Conan, Savage Sword of Conan magazines. Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, these pinups are so rad. Amazing, dude. That looks great.
Yeah. So I'm going to be reading through some of that this weekend during the Army-Navy game tomorrow.
And who does Army play Navy? I forget who they were actually playing. Yeah.
Yeah. Trump's going to be there.
I'm so bummed. I was looking at like, oh, who's playing this weekend? And I was like, oh yeah, there's really no one.
No one. Yeah.
Nah,
but hey, you get Army Navy. Trump's going to be there, and I think Navy or Army's in the top 25. So Army goes down. Hey, that's a big loss. So we'll see what happens.
Hey, well, Trump's got to be there. Support the troops. Am I right?
Yeah, he was there last time when he got elected. So yeah.
Yeah. Nice. But yeah, no, it'll be funny to watch Army just absolutely crush Navy this year.
Wait, Daniel Penny, Jack Frost just made a comment. Is that true?
That'd be awesome. If
Wow,
he's sitting with
that
Trump,
would be
that would be
so
even
rad.
better.
Oh
That'd
my
be so
god, could you
cool.
imagine?
Is that true? Oh man.
I mean, not to get too involved with Daniel Penny stuff because I know that gets me in trouble. But apparently, my sources have told me that he plans on filing a countersuit against
Good.
the New York who was it?
AG.
The New York judge who put him in this whole fucking mess in the first place.
Oh wow.
Oh.
So JD Vance invited him this morning.
Oh.
Because they're both Marines, right?
They're both Marines. Yeah.
So they're rooting for
Hell yeah.
Navy. Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
Dang, how fun. That is so rad.
That's badass. Good for JD.
It's going to be
Vance.
an epic game tomorrow. Holy crap.
That's so cool. Yeah.
Oh.
Shoot. Yeah, Alvin Bragg, the corrupt New York.
Bragg, that's it, AG, yeah.
That's a bold move, my dude. I mean, that is a brave move. He's already gone through hell. Already was unsure if he was going to be acquitted of these claims. He was found not guilty. And any other person would probably go like, thank God, I want to be left alone. I want to go back to my normal life. I don't want any of this press. I don't want anything. But he's like, no, you know what? This guy deserves what he gets. I'm going to sue him too.
Good. And rightfully
Crazy.
so. They do. And plus, those attorneys probably need money. So they're going to be like, hey, we're going to go after this guy.
They're like, because they got to say, your face is my case. And then,
That's all I'd say.
Yeah.
But hey, if you listen to that interview he did with the one judge on Fox News, I mean, he said he would do it again. He said if he had to go back,
of course.
So, gotta give him credit all the way. It's amazing.
Not only did he say he'd do it again, what he really said, what I heard him say mainly was he goes, if it meant that I was put away, I still think that what I did was right and just, because people could have gotten hurt and I couldn't have stood by and watched innocent people get hurt while this freaking maniac was screaming and yelling at people and trying to kill people. Like he legitimately was like, even if I had to go to jail, I knew that it was the right thing to do. That's awesome.
And that guy had just gotten out, I think, or just gotten out of jail for like beating up a girl, I think.
Dude, he had 42 arrests.
Yeah.
42. That's fucking unacceptable. Like, what are we doing if 42 arrests?
Everybody knew that guy in that jail. I guarantee it. Yeah, I knew. We all knew the same guys we arrested. I would see the same guys come in a week later, sometimes a few days later.
Yeah,
I'd see him get picked up again. I was like, dude, really? Yeah, man, I fucked up again. It's like, yeah, you did.
Oh, I think Josh has a thing for blonde perms.
Yeah.
I said he looked just like the fucking actor from the Iron Fist Netflix show.
Oh yeah, he does.
Like, it's almost identical.
He'd be a better Iron Fist.
No. Yeah.
Kyle's gonna say like our brother Brian, like what,
pretty close. Like, well,
15 years ago.
He went all gray. Yeah.
Yeah, 20 years ago. Yeah, the blonde perm and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Man, yeah. So I mean, crazy circumstances, but I think the good thing about him being found not guilty is that it shows that, hey, if I stop someone from potentially killing people, if I'm an upholding citizen and I'm a good Samaritan and I go out of my way to like protect the people around me, I know that I'm going to be safe because of our justice system. And beforehand, I don't know if that was the case. Now that could still be, false. Like I could still try and help someone and protect someone and still be found guilty of something. And it's a false trial and and all this crazy stuff. But at least now I think it shows more people, like, I think we need to police our own cities,
At least
but Jack,
like New York, where you can literally do nothing. The police can't do shit and don't want to because they're going to end up in a Daniel Penny situation to be like, I'm just doing my job.
Dude, of course. Well, you did see that there was the one cop who so on the other side of this, you have Daniel Penny, who's been found not guilty, but you have the other side of this, who there was a cop who was responding to an incident of someone who is mentally ill running around an apartment complex with a knife, threatening to kill people. The cop shows up, he comes out of the elevator, and as he's like, "Hey man, what's going on?" The guy starts walking towards him with the knife, and he goes, "Drop it." And puts two to the chest, one to the head. He was found guilty of murder, and it's like, well, what are you supposed to? How are we supposed to protect people if the cops can't do their job effectively? If this guy's coming at you with a knife, and the cop has to make a millisecond of a decision to save his life and the lives of the people around him in that apartment complex.
Mm-hmm.
So this cop is going to jail for however many years. And God knows what's going to happen to him in there. So, yeah, scary situations like that happen all the time.
Edged weapon defense was one of the craziest classes as far as we took when I was in the academy, because I had no idea just how fast somebody is with a knife.
Yeah.
When we knew, and so in our training, we knew somebody was 20 feet away from us. They had an edged weapon. We had our guns, and we were supposed to draw on them and fire. And we know that in advance because everyone's doing it in the class, and it's like they are still faster than a cop knowing I have to shoot you before you can get a hold of me and stab me in a vest that does not protect against edged weapons. So it's like you're dead every time they come at you with a knife. It's almost impossible for you unless I shoot you before you can move. It's like that's literally the only way.
And that's what's so scary, man. Yeah. Is that even at 20 feet away, and you hear these people on Twitter, they're like, he should have shot the knife out of his hand. And it's like, motherfucker, no, that's not how this works.
You're lucky I don't shoot 30 times behind them, let alone have to reload.
Or like, oh, you should have shot him in the leg first. And it's like, oh, good. And hit him in the femur, breaking his bone and potentially hitting an artery and having him die in, I don't know, 60 seconds or less. Like, come on, people. What are we doing here? Like,
apply a tourniquet, make sure he's okay and stable. Request medics.
Crazy.
Yeah, you're right.
So, but yeah, no, it's scary stuff. But to have all that being said, we were on football, and then we were on Daniel Penny. We're on cops. But to go back to football, it'd be pretty cool to see Daniel Penny there. So,
oh hell yeah,
yeah.
Bunch of us crayon eaters, JD Vance and Daniel Penny. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, so like I said, I've got really nothing for show and tell. So let's get right into the news. First up, everybody hates Paul. Everybody hates Paul. That's our first news story of this evening. Thanks to Bandito Bane, one of our esteemed subscribers, viewers, and friends of the channel. Thank you so much, Bandito Bane. He sent this to me earlier today, laughing, because this is the artist, Carlos Gomez artist, and he posted this on Instagram saying, everyone hates Paul. Paul Rabin? Technologist and glyph magic specialist. So Paul is the Drew. You know Paul. Like what do we say about a guy like Paul?
I say this is a character created to intentionally spite and rile up the fans. That's what I have to say about Paul.
Interesting. Okay. Now Paul is indeed married to Mary Jane. Is that what's his lore again? How does he play into the Spider-Man lore?
They were in a alternate universe. They found each other and they're trying to survive Terminator style.
Yeah.
And there's a point. I think Carrie Andrews drew it, but there's a point where both of them look like they got thunder guns and they got like bandanas around their heads.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck's going on here? And then they had another artist, and they looked pretty weak and frail, and like she was like, wait, what? Is there any consistency here? What the hell's going on?
But then They had sex. Paul and MJ had sex and had kids, right?
They had kids. Well, they found kids.
They found those kids.
Oh,
Yes.
that's what it was. But
But
they
yeah.
were still banging, and yeah, all right.
Yeah, of
Probably,
course.
yes.
And then the kids just up and disappeared when they got back here to this Earth. But the thing is, even though Peter hates Paul, Paul would keep making delicious Indian food for Peter, and Peter loved his Indian food.
That's right. Oh
And-
my god.
Yeah, you said Peter being the ultimate cuck.
The ultimate cuck.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes. For this guy.
Here are a few comments. I hate Paul like so much. I love Dylan is mocking him. He speaks for the fans. I really hate Paul. The guy needs to go. No one likes him. No one wants him with MJ. Fans want Peter and MJ together forever, not Mr. Man Bun. God dang. Y'all want Peter and MJ back together, but did you read Amazing Spider-Man in the 90s shortly before all that stuff in Mephisto? Okay, can someone tell me what is so wrong about this Paul wannabe? But yeah, so let's go ahead and check out some of these comments. So Carlos, I think this is on Instagram. Actually, if you look closely, you can see a symbiote in his man bun. Art was good, everything was good until Paul showed up. I know, right? We made fun of him at least. Here's another one. Your art, it's amazing as always. Sorry you had to waste it drawing Paul. Praying that you will be the artist to draw when she finally returns to Peter. Put the book on my polls because your art. Drop the book because Paul, the man who helped kill a planet, showed up in it. I can't support a book with him in it, and I know it's not your fault. God, these are so funny. Still can't escape Paul, though. I hope you don't have to draw the sales killer much longer. Oh, so they're calling Paul the sales killer. Okay. I feel bad for you having to draw under his terrible status quo. God, I really hope the Paul stuff gets retconned.
Paul is just one of the problems with this Amazing Spider-Man run.
Oh, yeah.
Then you get Mary Jane, now a superhero with quote-unquote luck powers,
Mhm.
and she's called Jackpot. It's like, what the fuck are we doing here with that? Then you have Black Cat being a lesbian, but now she's not a lesbian anymore. It's like, what is going on?
No one
What is
knows.
going on?
I always found, now you guys can tell me if I'm wrong or not and how you guys feel about this, but I always felt like Marvel was really good about their continuity, while DC's continuity was just always like just throwing shit at the wall, like whatever works, right? But Marvel always tended to be really good about like crossovers, or if something was happening in Wolverine, it was also reflected in X-Men. But I don't know. Whereas like now, it's just like no, not at all.
Well, I don't know. We started that this week in X-Men. We'll talk about that.
Oh boy, those books were atrocious. So yeah, Jack says spider cuck. Watches as his girlfriend gets plugged. Fiend
like
says sad thing is Marvel still can't quit Paul. What?
Nope.
No, nothing. Now, if we can get her back together with Peter and start back on less terrible, unfounded, and unhappy stories, great move forward. Someone needs to exercise the ghost of Joe Quesada's awful notions and stories. Turf Paul, please. Damn, so this is just a new Spider-Man book, huh? Why is Paul still here? That's a great
That is a wonderful question.
I just love this, like just the straight up, why is Paul here? So glad to see her in your art again. Just wish Paul was a past tense. Love your art, but once the leak revealed Paul's in this, hard to pass. People are DMing him. So he goes, not the first to tell me that. At this point, no one is reading the book. Oh my God. Even the artist knows. That's so sad. Knowing that you're on a sunken ship and you're just going down with it. And people are like, hey, good luck, man. And he's like, thanks.
Because of
they're
one
all-
character.
Yeah, because
It's
of
like, I get to
one.
draw Spider-Man. It's awesome. It's so great.
Yeah.
Marvel. It's like, ooh, yeah. You also get to draw Paul.
Oh, Paul, fuck me. This is like when Mark Wade goes on Facebook and he's like, I want the industry to burn and my work is gonna be so much worse because of fucking Republicans and all this stuff. And Dan Mora's like, dude, come on, what do you do? What are you doing? Like, I'm on this book with you.
I know.
Why are you ruining this for me?
Yeah.
This is exactly what they're doing with Paul. It's like Carlos has got to feel like, damn it, man, why'd you got to do this to my artwork? I saw the preview. Why is Paul in this issue? All caps, crying face, and a throwing up emoji. I asked the same thing, he says. He goes to Marvel editorial. Why is Paul here? Please draw the devil with a man bun getting shanked by Carnage. Haha. Al Ewing, listen to this man.
Oh, okay.
All right, Al Ewing. I saw the preview. Why is Paul in this issue? Oh, it's the same image. Actually, if you look closely, you can see Symbiote and his man bun. Art was good. Everything was good until Paul showed up. I know, right? We made fun of him at least. That's good. So unfortunately, you have to draw Paul in all new Venom. I don't envy you, my friend. That's got to be cringeworthy. Sorry, not reading, and not because of your art. Your art is good, but the fact you and Ewing threw Paul and fake MJ into a nope, the book is dead on arrival. Oh my God, dude.
That's too funny.
Congrats on the Venom book. Unfortunately, I have to pass on buying since you had to put Mary Jane in with Paul. Best wishes to you and your family, and have a great Christmas and New Year.
Like a eulogy. It's like they're fucking like, this guy's dead.
It really is. It's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry for you and your loss.
Sorry for your loss.
Have a wonderful Merry Christmas, but like, fuck you for putting Paul in the book. Like, yeah.
Yep.
That's crazy. This looks like an email. Oh yeah, so Carlos is actually responding to an email, maybe?
Wow.
Thank you. They forced it upon me. I'm sorry.
They forced it upon me.
It's so sad. Oh,
What if
I
he
didn't
originally
want to
drew
draw
it
him.
without Paul? What if he originally drew it without Paul, then they came back and said, yeah, you need to put Paul in here.
They're like, actually, it's a shame.
Ooh, yeah, you need to put Paul in here.
You know, if you could put Paul in here, that'd be great.
That'd be great.
Thanks.
Put a little guy in there with a happy man bun. All day.
He goes on to say, I didn't want to draw him either. You can always skip the Paul pages very fast so you don't have to see him. Best wishes to you and your family. Oh my God. Could you imagine like leafing through your Spider-Man book and being like, fuck, oh, Paul. Oh, okay.
Fuck. Okay.
Oh,
damn.
Just imagine, I almost jokingly want to say, like, I had like the worst day possible. Like, I lost my job, my bank account is empty, my girlfriend was cheating on my brother, my girlfriend was cheating on me with my brother, and I was borderline suicidal, and then I read this issue, and it pushed me over the edge when I saw Paul.
God. And now I have to read Paul in my Spider-Man book. Geez, never thought I'd be sad to see you drawing MJ, but all new Venom and seeing you draw her with that disgusting character, Paul, was it? Your art is still incredible, so no disrespect intended. Just the content is not what I want from MJ. I'm sorry if that came along a little strong. We'll always love your art, and I know it's not your decision. Haha, you're not the first one to tell me that. People are angry Paul is in the issue. Even so, they aren't willing to read the series because of it. Oh my God. Sorry to say that I will be one of those people too. So he like doubled down. He was like, yeah, I'm not reading this shit. And he's like, yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm still not reading it. Like, as long as that disgusting man is in anything, I will not be reading or supporting. It is genuinely a disgrace how much damage they've done to MJ's character with him. Gosh, dang.
I mean, I do gotta appreciate Spider-Man fans. Like, they are hardcore. We need more of this. Can we have more DC, like Batman fans, Superman fans? Like, can you start coming out and going after these fucking assholes that are completely destroying your characters, please? Like,
dude, we need this for WolvHERine fans.
Yes, please.
With Laura Kinney coming out.
She's not WolvHERine. She never will be WolvHERine. Fuck off with that shit. It's like, you need to be telling these artists and writers, this sucks. You're fucking terrible. I appreciate what you're doing with your art, but fuck this. This is wrong. You give them hundreds of these. Eventually, they're going to be like, shit. Okay, maybe we need to do something. I appreciate
I don't know.
it.
Will they?
I don't. Hey, this guy may eventually never work again, and he may have to quit because of it. I don't know, but hey, You get what you get.
It's tough to say, man. I mean, because even with all of these like letters just being like, we hate Paul, Paul sucks, like no one wants Paul, he's a degenerate, he's the worst, like all this stuff. Even with that happening, I don't think they're going to change anything. I think they're still just going to be like,
No,
Yeah.
absolutely not. Because I mean, they're taking the Joe Quesadilla approach, where the best way to do this is just to antagonize the fans.
Yeah.
Because they assume antagonizing fans accumulates the sales.
I get, or they just genuinely, I don't know if it's, we always chalk it up to like stupid or evil. Are they is it malice that they just have such hatred towards their fan base that they're like, yeah, why would you like Spider-Man? We're going to put her with Paul. Or do they just really think that Paul is like, yeah, everyone's going to love Paul. He's got a man bun. Who wouldn't want?
No, it's all out of spite. Guarantee it.
Jack says both Marvel and DC need to clean house editorially. Neither group knows what the hell they're doing. Agreed. It starts at the
Doge?
top.
We need Doge. After they finish the
Yeah.
program, they need to come over to DC and Marvel. Clean
Yeah.
house.
We need a Doge for everything. Just
we need Jim
Hollywood.
Lee to run both DC and Marvel.
Oh God.
He will right the ship,
no.
get it back on track. That's
You know what? Here's where I will disagree, but also agree. If we got new leadership and they were top down, like just, well, leadership is technically bottom up and then top down. But if they had top down leadership where they were like, where we started clearing people from the top and then, getting rid of all the excess waste, they would keep Jim Lee on, but only as an illustrator. And then he could focus on all his brilliant art and he wouldn't be tainting the entire industry with his stupid decisions or allowing other people to, go forward with stupid decisions. So.
That's a good leader. He delegates. That's why you put him in charge of both.
Delegates or too lazy to lead. So he just says, you do
whatever you see it as.
Fiend says hundreds of angry fans, dozens of Twitter tards, insert 2 button meme for Marvel editorial. Yeah. The meme where he's like, he's sweating and he's choosing which button to press.
Yep.
Yeah. No, yeah, I agree though. We need more fans that are like hardcore about all this other stuff that's been going on, because we don't see enough of that, unfortunately.
We don't. I mean, other than your typical like Star Trek, your heavy lore stuff, like even your Warhammer crowd seem to come out pretty vehemently against sort of things like so. There are some fan bases that like have hardcore like, okay, we don't want to piss off these fans. Like Trekkies are definitely a group you do not want to fuck with because they span a very wide age gap also. So it's like you're going after decades old. It's like people that are just different generations.
And yet they still continue to make awful Star Trek, arguably worse than Star Wars content. Or entertainment.
Yeah.
Well, Star Wars is now content. It used to be entertainment.
But we got that BDSM Star Trek show coming out soon with what's her face. So that looks interesting.
Oh. Was it on Paramount Plus? Another one?
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Of course.
All right. So speaking of fans that need to stick up for characters, let's talk about WolvHERine. So our next topic is the best WolvHERine.
The bestest.
So the bestest ever. So comic historian, R.I.P., rest in peace. I believe his name was Benny. Does that sound right? I think it was Benny.
Sure. He is now.
He's Benny now. Benny, yes. Benny Potter, comic historian, passed away not too long ago. This was a really hard hit for comic fans everywhere. He has the largest, I still think he has the largest YouTube channel devoted solely to comics on the platform, on the internet, just the largest fan base. And, it was well deserved. He was a hard worker and did tons of comic book reviews and like lore and history and all that stuff, read throughs. But now his channel has been co-opted by like one of his editors or something. And his new channel just posted a video this week called The Best Wolverine Returns, featuring Laura Kenny Wolverine. Or I guess I should say Laura Kenny X-23, because she's not Wolverine and never will be Wolverine.
Right. That's not said ironically, is it? Like it's not a joke? Like that's real?
Yes, it is.
That's real. Because then I was like, well, that's kind of weird. Why would he put the best Wolverine? Is he trying to be tongue-in-cheek?
Right.
Well, this coward then not only did he post this video, but this new coward who's, co-opting Benny's channel, he changed the title to Laura Kinney Wolverine Returns. So it is no longer the best Wolverine. Now, he does still technically double down because he says, my personal favorite Wolverine returns today with Laura Kinney Wolverine issue 1. The return of X-23 as Wolverine now that Krakoa is finished. Who in their right mind thinks that Laura Kinney is the best version of Wolverine when she's not even Wolverine? Wolverine is Wolverine.
I would say, Max, these are the simps we'll see at conventions, like who are fawning over writers such as this, Erica Schultz. And I've seen these people. Josh has seen these people. Max, I'm sure you've seen these people. They are very few, but for some reason, Marvel thinks they're the majority.
I guess so, man. Now, granted, we read this book this week for our comic book reviews.
Too many times. I read this too many times.
Oh, you had to read it multiple times? Why'd you do that to yourself?
I did this to make sure I understood what was going on. I understood everything, and I'm just coming away saying this. This is a terribly written first draft, despite what Erica Schultz says at the very end.
Yes. Yeah. Now, I will say this wasn't actually the worst book of the week, surprisingly. At least, in my opinion, there were much more worser things, as someone once used to say. So, yeah. I mean, this was pretty damn bad, but it wasn't, like, Dazzler level bad, if you know what I'm saying. So,
oh yeah.
But yeah, he does a whole, and so the girls go back to the tree at Krakoa, and he kind of gives like a summary and a synopsis of the whole comic book. But man, I saw that title that was like The Best Wolverine Returns, and I was like, sure she does.
So this is one of his friends that's taken over, and he's now, or they are making the content.
I think it's like one of his editors or one of his friends or someone. I have no clue. I really don't know. But it is kind of sad that, every video kind of opens on Benny, who was the comic historian, and then they've got it co-opted by whoever this numbnuts is, who's like, my favorite Wolverine is not even Wolverine. It's like, and I will go so far as to say, if this is your favorite iteration of quote unquote Wolverine, you're a fucking retard. Like, you don't know anything about comic book. This guy is a fucking retard. If you think, in my personal opinion, it's like, first off, it doesn't matter, and secondly, you are fucking retarded if you think that this is, and you're just wrong.
You are factually incorrect. It is not Wolverine, so you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you're on a show called Comic Storian. You are wrong with everything. Your premise is based on nothing. You are a fucking dipshit. Like
you're saying it's better than anything Chris Claremont did, anything Larry Hama did, anything that Andy Kubert did, John Byrne did. That is a load of shit.
Yeah. I mean, it's demonstrably just wrong and false.
And it's insulting. It's insulting to those creators.
Oh, yeah. Even if he were to say, like, well, it's my favorite iteration of, like, a Wolverine character or a watered down. Because, like, I was reading in the comments, and there were a lot of people who were like, oh, yeah, like, I like Miles Morales more than Spider-Man, and I like this person more than this person. And these are all just, what do you call it? These are all just homogenized versions of their greater heroes of, like, Captain America. Oh, we'll get Falcon Captain America man person. It's like, okay. Or, oh, let's get Daredevil, but this time let's make Daredevil Elektra. So it's not Daredevil, but it's
Right.
still Elektra, but it's Daredevil. It's just like, God, these characters suck, man. You guys have nothing creative or original to add.
Shitty
Except
derivatives.
just derivatives and wearing a skin suit of the original Logan Howlett, the Wolverine, the man who went through it all to acquire that moniker. And then they're just going to give it to this fucking bitch. It's like, God, no, that's not how this works. And I really hate the notion and the concept of, oh yeah, she's Wolverine now, just get over it. And it's like, that's not how this works, man. Like,
no, they tried.
No
this
one
shit
is accepting this.
They tried it back in 2016 with the all new, all different era. They weren't buying it then. What makes them think they're going to buy it now? They're not. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, Michael, he says, "Sup guys, what's happening, Michael? I couldn't buy this book. It looked like dog shit after Dazzler and the X-Men are dead to me." Dude, like I said, this was a bad book this week. It was not the worst. Dazzler and Adjective.
Yeah, I got to
X-Men.
page 1 of Dazzler. Literally page 1 I was like, nope.
Page 1.
Don't like, I hate this. I already know what it is and it's pissing me off.
I can't do it. Oh, they added,
The art for this book, the art for this book is good at best. It's at the very, very best. Some pages. Yeah. But that should not be the bar when it's a Wolverine #1.
No. But then again, you had that Wolverine #1 from Saladin Ahmed, and he's going, when to go? No, when to stay. So I mean, we're comparing shit to shit here. You know what I mean? It's just, do you want female? Yeah.
Which one
do
is
you
less
want female shit or do you want male shit? It doesn't really. Sorry, how much corn does it have, Drew?
Yeah, which pile has less shit in it? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Which pile has less corn in it? Yeah.
Enzo 214. It says Dan the producer. Oh, okay. I thought it was the editor, but all right, the producer took over his channel. Yikes.
Everyone unsub. If you're sub to this fucking channel, please unsub. This guy's a piece of shit trampling on a man's grave. Fuck this asshole. Like, no.
That's what's so shitty about it. He's like, my favorite Wolverine is Laura because she's a better Wolverine than Wolverine is. But also RIP to the man who created this channel. It's like, dude, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Wow, what an asshole. It's like, if you want to go back through the history of this character, how she started, how she came about, what she's doing now, how it pertains to anything going on of relevance, and why this is so divisive in the comic book industry and the community, and why some people may be upset with this for certain reasons, that is an actually comic historian type video that I think would garner attention and be like, oh, okay, I didn't know who this character was, and now I can get a different perspective as to why some would be upset at this character, this title, and why this would be so upsetting to some. Draw your own conclusions from that. If you still like the character, great. I'm not saying you don't have to like her, but this is why she shouldn't be called Wolverine.
Yeah. More of like a journalistic approach to it, you know? Now I'm not saying that like no one should have their opinions, because everyone's going to have their opinions on characters and comic books. I mean, our whole live streams are based off of our opinions towards these comics, right? But yeah, it feels weird that the producer is still making videos on the, like, I don't know, man. I feel like if I were to pass away, like, I would just be like, you know what? I don't, just leave the channel how it is and just let that be my legacy, right? I don't want other people making more on top of what I created. That's weird. I don't know. It's just, unless they were, like you said, Kyle, doing it in a way that would be within the same confines of like, I'm just going to propose, here's the story, here's the character, here's what kind of here's the discussion that's going on within the industry, and I'll leave it at that, right? But it just feels like this is my channel now, and I like Laura better than Logan.
Even if you
It's
found
like,
old
okay.
clips of yourself, like if you want to be like, okay, let's look back at the comic story. And did he talk about her or this character at all at any
Maybe.
point?
Yeah.
That
I
would
don't
be
know.
cool to have some old clips of him. Like, oh, this is what he thought.
Ooh, that'd
This would
be
be
cool.
interesting now. Like how would his views change? Would they kind of be the same? I mean, there could be all kinds of things you could do with it. But yeah, what the fuck do I know?
No. This one's pretty funny. Michael goes, however, I read Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man this week, and I was like, oh, okay. And he goes, and that was dog shit too. Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
Oh,
oh,
I do. Hey, this is a good take. Josh says Laura Kinney is fantastic as X-23, and that's all she needs to be.
whoa, that's
Yeah, that's
them's fighting words.
a take.
Mm-hmm.
I will never forget Benny doing a video. This is Josh McDonald once again coming in saying, I'll never forget Benny doing a video for DC at their offices where he kept referring to himself as a historian of comics and touting his knowledge, and then proceeded to pronounce Tim Sale. Oh no.
you say Tim Sally?
Saleh?
Saleh?
Oh no. I can see if it's one thing to be like Thanos versus Thanos, right?
Or Thanos?
Thanos, or like
Anyos. Yeah.
like a little Spanish edition.
Yeah.
Thanos.
Oh, Thanos. Thanos.
Or who's the other one? The Batman villain.
Bane?
Not
Two-Face.
Bane.
Riddler. Joker.
The Diddler.
Penguin.
The one who's got the Ra's al Ghul.
Oh,
or
Ra's al
Ra's
Ghul.
Raz.
You know, like no one knows how to say that one. So like I can accept that. I can go like, yeah, no one knows how to say Ra's or Raz. But Tim Sale? Tim Sally?
Oh.
Oh man.
Maybe he was drunk or high.
Maybe he just I don't know. That's a good question.
Hmm.
I always say, John and Sal Buscema, like it's an SH, but some people just say it like it's an S, like John Buscema.
Babasima, yeah. I've heard that.
I don't know which one is correct though. So that one to me is like, okay, maybe that one's a little bit more understandable. Or maybe I'd get shit on too. I mean, that's fair. But
Mark Miller. I mean, that's
that's another one. Yeah.
No one knows.
No one
Even he
knows?
doesn't know what his name is. So
He even said it. He was like, call me whatever. I don't care.
And I'll say one I didn't know for the longest time was Art T-Bears. I thought it was Thibbert for the longest time.
Oh,
No.
yeah,
It's
Thibbert,
pronounced
yeah.
T-Bear. Just pronounced
and it's
T-Bear.
T-Bear?
Yeah.
Bear.
Yeah, I'm still gonna call him Thibert.
Bobby A. Bear.
Thibert. Yeah. Salty, unfortunately, I'm still bent over by the YouTube by YouTube mommy with a paddle, and she is just I haven't been able to say the safe word yet. So
Oh, be cruel to me.
yeah. But hopefully I can make I've already written the script for my appeal video. So once I record the appeal video, I'll edit it, I'll showcase it. The thing that sucks is it just takes forever because I have to show my editing process, my creative process, how I research things, what comics I read, how I do the live streams. Like I got to show the process of that under 5 minutes and then send that to them. And hopefully, they come back with a thumbs up, but it's more tedious more than anything. And I think they're trying to weed out some of the smaller channels to say, hey, who's actually still making content and active on their channels, as opposed to someone who's just not even here anymore, right? So I don't know.
Sure.
So
And I gave you 10 minutes of solid gold, and you didn't use any of it.
10 minutes of solid gold.
I was going to send you a video of my edited response into what I think is going on.
Is it just a big middle finger the whole time? Oh no.
We're being shit on. You know what really pisses me off?
Jack says, I always thought it was Buscema. Oh, like same.
No, that's 100% wrong. And that's just stupid.
You're just wrong.
That's just straight up ridiculous.
Yeah, that makes no sense at all. What the fuck are you even?
Certainly you make no
Is
sense.
So is it a hard E? Is it Bushim, Sheem, or Shem? Buscema. Who knows? But it's wrong. Whatever
It's
this
wrong.
is,
Whatever it is, flat out wrong.
wrong.
Like, not even close.
Oh, Juicy Smollett. Yes, of course. I
Juicy,
know
yeah.
Juicy. Juicy Smollett is a very notable figure within American pop culture. So,
Mhm.
Carrie and Kari, once again, who the
Yes.
fuck knows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get into to another hot topic. I gotta pull up this this thing first. And here we go. Do kids read comics? Apparently, thanks to Marvel's new video game, Marvel Rivals, I think is what it's called. Spec is going up out the roof. I mean, spec is going up like crazy.
Comics are booming.
Comics are booming. The industry is saved.
We're back, baby.
Woo! We did it. We're
Going to
back,
Sizzler.
baby.
We're
Woo.
saved.
We did it. Wait, where is it?
Going to Sizzler.
We did it. Look at these. Now, for anyone who is listening or watching, this is West Coast Avengers number 7 from 2019. Now, if you're wondering what West Coast Avengers number 7 2019, what any relevance that holds, come on. Are you a real comic fan? Do you not know that this is the first appearance of Jeff the Land Shark? Yes,
God damn it.
at Jeff the Land Shark.
God damn it.
Where's my keys?
Yep.
Where's
I
my
got
keys?
5 of
It's
these
first
bad boys. I'm
appearance.
just trying to sell them all.
It's a key. It's a key,
Key.
guys. It's a
Key.
key. Key. But yeah, no, this is pathetic. I mean, so why is there a relation between Marvel Rivals, this new video game, and Jeff the Land Shark, and these comics just booming, going like, getting thrown off the shelves on the Bay of E?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Well, apparently with Marvel's new Rivals game, which, I mean, Kyle, you said you took a look at some of these clips. Looks pretty good.
It looks pretty cool.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I've seen some of the animation here. It looks pretty rad. It basically looks like Overwatch, but with Marvel characters.
Yeah.
That's sick. That's kind of cool,
It's like,
right?
okay, I'm down for that. I liked Overwatch.
Yeah.
I played that quite a bit. That was fun.
There you go. And and so, by the way, this is Swaggle House's video. So guys, make sure to subscribe to him. Go check out this video. I had watched this earlier, and he does a really good breakdown of kind of what's going on with this Marvel Rivals video game. But it's been pretty popular. Almost 500,000 players right now. The peak was that 439,000. But a lot of interaction, a lot of people really enjoying this. It's got 135,000 subscribers on the YouTube channel, 2 million views for its like trailers. So like the Marvel Rivals video game launch trailer had 2 million views. That was 6 days ago. So I mean, it looks like this video game is doing really well. And what the video game has done is that for every character that you have, so for example, presidential attire Loki, right in the corner down here, if you can see this, it says presidential attire first appears in Vote Loki 2016 number 1.
That is fucking brilliant.
They did it, boys. We're back.
That is brilliant.
We're back.
Fucking
So
that is.
I mean, come on. What else can you say but Marvel's? We got big brains over at Marvel right now because they're thinking, all right, what do kids love, right? Kids love Overwatch, their Vidya games. Kids love Batman versus, what's it called?
Superman?
Batman versus, Batman
Superman.
plays Fortnite.
Sure.
Yeah. They love Fortnite. They love their video games. So how do we get them invested in like comics, right? Let's announce that for each character, there's also going to be like the first appearance. So I guess they're trying to get kids interested in comics by introducing the first appearance, comic book through some of these character, modules or whatever. And look who it is, boys and girls. It's Jeff the Land Shark,
Oh,
God damn.
isn't he
adopted
totes
Avenger.
words?
Look at how cute he
Yay.
is. Look
He's
at that.
funny.
You can make him a little Funko Pop. He looks great.
Aw.
First appears in West Coast Avengers 2018, number 7. Wait a second. So that means for a raw copy, you can sell for $200. My God, you can purchase a Beta Ray first appearance of Beta Ray Bill comic book for $200.
Yeah.
Who's that? He's not in the game, Max. He doesn't count. He doesn't matter.
Oh, gosh, you're right, Drew. I'm sorry. I should have thought of that. Look at how cute he is wagging his tail. Look at this little guy. So, I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you believe that Marvel Rivals, the new video game, RPG, or no, it's a first-person shooter, excuse me. Do you think this is going to boost comic sales in the secondary market, and people are going to be these young kids are going to be speculating on these classic characters like Jeff the Land Shark?
So were those actual sales, Max, or were those just postings?
These are actual sales. So from what Swaggle House did here is that these were the actual sales. Now this one back in September went for 22, but then this 9.8 was best offer accepted. This one, I can't see the date. I think he just screenshotted it. Was $200. I can't see the date on this. But I think he talks about how a lot of these sales are pretty recent, and they are in fact, this green means that they were in fact sold.
Mm-hmm.
And then he showcases the data here. So this is where he's getting a lot of his. So the low right now for this is $163, and the high is $274. That's crazy.
Wow.
But it's had a jump in sales, and now it's like they've had 9 sales recently within the past few months because of this game. Yeah, $70, $60, another $75 down here, $100 as of November 30th. So just like 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
But yeah, do you guys think that this is going to get kids to the comic shop? Think we're going to see kids speculating now?
I hope not. What is wholesome and could be fun and could be a way to get kids into reading comics is if they like this character Thor and they're like, oh, I really like this look, it's really cool. And then you as a parent see, oh, it first appeared in Thor. It's like, oh, I'll get my son that comic book because he likes this character right now. That'd be really cool. And so a nice way to do it, like, oh, let's go here or find a local comic shop and then ask them and say, hey, do you have this back issue? Because I'm looking for this because my son loves this character in this video game. Oh yeah, it's $500 now because some dickhole on eBay started putting these up for $500 or best offer because they want to. It's like,
Kyle, you can't put a price on a child's happiness. All right.
Apparently, some do. Yes, you can at $500. It's yours. So
It's
what
yours.
could be seen as a nice, fun way to get kids into reading comic books? You have the speculators ruining it. by saying,
Yes.
You can
Yeah.
find it, but good luck. You're going to spend a shit ton of money trying to get it.
And
Yeah.
because of you, Kyle, that kid's not going to be able to read that, and now he's going to go to law school because of that.
Yeah,
Wow.
could be.
Well, he's going to become a divorced dentist, and he's going to buy all the variants and all the keys and all this stuff.
All the
because
original
he's gonna
art,
be like,
everything.
Yep,
That his parents didn't buy for him because they're too damn cheap.
Yep.
exactly. He's going to be like, I'll show you.
And me as somebody, like if my son liked some of this stuff, it's like, oh, well, I'll go find a trade paperback that is significantly fucking cheaper or a different way to go about getting him to read it. It's like, I know those things, but a parent that doesn't, and they just happen to see us and they're like, oh, okay, maybe I can go find this issue. It's like, they're going to get hosed. So
Yeah.
I think it's cool in theory and it should work, but you're going to get people, speculators that are going to ruin it.
It might be cool to have like a QR code to an Amazon link that shows the trade paperback for like $12 or
Or
$10.
the very
you know,
least, a digital copy to read it.
Right.
Well, because kids are not doing physical stuff anymore, other than like Pokemon cards, right?
And
You know, the Paul
Pokemans.
brothers were big into Pokemon cards.
Mhm.
But like, I don't see young kids collecting things anymore. Like that's
No, they're
like our
trying to.
generation thing.
I know the card market is trying to get kids into collecting, but a lot of them,
Yes.
again, it's that breaker thing. I think you're turning them into gambling addicts. Is what you're trying
Yeah.
to do. Basically, it's like, no,
Yeah.
I got to go hunt for this card. I got to go hunt. I got to get the next thing. I got to get the next dopamine hit. It's like you're turning them into addicts, which is not a good thing. So
Mm.
you're trying to be wholesome. They're trying to be wholesome. I get it, and they should find a way to link it to something digitally at least so they can read it. But yeah, it's not good.
Yeah. Let's check out what y'all are saying in the comments. So Chris says Marvel Rivals is fun, or it fun. Yeah, Chris. No, I mean, like, what's cool is that the video game looks really, really awesome. Like the graphics look great. Overwatch is a really fun game, and if it's anything like that, I'm not hounding on the game for being like, oh, it sucks. I'm just so genuinely curious if this is what they think is going to get young kids into collecting. Because if we're real, like, kids aren't collecting and they're not reading. So it's
Right.
like, do you want them to collect, or do you want them to read, or what are you trying to do? Or do you want them to just pick up the skin? Because kids also just really want the skins of these things.
True.
Enzo says, time to check out the dollar bin. Hey, I don't know.
Better
Jeff
hurry.
Landshark for $200.
Yeah, you better find a dumb seller who hasn't realized it and just let them at $1.
Yeah, the 3D models do look pretty sick. And I will say, this is a bit of a humble brag, and I'm sure it's not too big of a humble brag because I'm sure everyone has this. But Thor #1, the 2020 series, the Herald of Thunder, and then the what was it? The Dark Winter,
Black
or the
Winter.
Black Winter. I have that whole run. I have that whole Thor run that Donny Cates did.
Wow.
So
That's
I'm
like
sitting
20
on
bucks.
Whoa.
Nice.
I'm sitting on at least
Whoa.
$100.
Oh, 100.
least.
Okay.
So I don't mean to brag, but I do have the
Do
first
the
appearance
respectable
of
thing and put that whole run up for $5,000 or best offer on eBay.
Mom, I want to read Thor. Okay, let's buy you the whole run. Oh, $5,000. Oh, good.
That sounds nice.
That sounds nice, sweetie. Let's why don't you just play your video game, huh?
Uh-huh.
Can we do it in 5,000 payments of $1?
Yeah. Sure, kid. Salty says it's a good thing all those issues are in the LCS's dollar bins. Some of them are. Like that President Loki one. Come on, that can't be that much, right?
You wouldn't. It's like, why are you doing that? It's like, what the fuck's the matter with you? Like, really? Like, who cares? Like, some kid wants to read a book. You should be happy they're in your shop and they want to, when they like this video game and they want to read this back issue. Like, why are you gonna fuck them over? Like, really?
Yeah.
Come on,
dude. Yeah, imagine one of those shops that, like, you've heard about the shops where it's like the sign says, I reserve the right to change the price at checkout just because of, like, due to spec, or like if they don't know what they have in their back issue boxes. So some kid brings up, he's like, oh yeah, I found like a President Loki comic. This looks fun. And he's like, oh yeah, kid, that's $500. Sorry. Like,
well, let me check eBay real quick. Oh, well.
Actually, kid, yeah.
Get rid of that 50-cent sticker here.
Yeah.
Had a zero behind it.
Can't sell it to you for that. Sorry. I'd be losing money.
I'd be out of here.
Yeah. Jeff is fun in that game. Fiend says, I know what books are going to be on the wall at the convention I'm hitting up this weekend. Dude, oh my God. You know that's what they're going to put up there. Uh-oh. Wait, Josh is 5 minutes behind. Put that on 2x speed, brother, and catch up.
Yeah.
Because we got stuff to talk about. If it gets kids into the comic shop, current Marvel books are going to chase them right back out. Well, that's the thing. Even if they do find these books and they're like, oh, cool, and they do get into a comic shop, they're going to pick up something. They're like, oh, that's a cool cover. And they're going to read it and be like, why did I pay for money for this?
See, that's the problem. That's when you need a good comic shop owner that hey, he's like, no, I came in here because I like this video game with this character and I want to read it because I like this skin. And then that's when you're like, oh, you know what's really awesome? You like this character here? Pick this up. Like, this is cool. Then you have a customer for life. And you're gaining a kid that'll be in here when they're, 6 or 7 years old until they're 37 years old. It's like you just created somebody that'll be in here for if you do it right and nurture it correctly. It's like, but go ahead and drive them out and make fun of them, call them stupid, or be like, no, I'm going to charge you $500 for this book because this fucking video game's hot for 5 minutes.
Yeah. Show them Superman versus the Radio Shack calculator, and you got a fan for life. That's all it takes.
It got me.
Those watches, the Batman Joker watch set at Toys R Us. Let's go.
They got you.
Gotcha. So another thing that Swagglehouse mentions in his video is, which is, another good assessment, is the fact that what is Marvel trying to do? Because it seems like they don't know, their right hand doesn't know what their left hand is doing in terms of their marketing department and who they're trying to gather in terms of an audience or a fan base, because all their books are all homages of previous covers to hit the nostalgia bait, right? So for all of us, like, as the kids would call us, old heads, we're looking at these and we're like, dude, I remember that Hulk 181 or that Star Wars book or that X-Men book or Infinity Gauntlet. Remember that? And then they do it with Iron Man. And so we, as like the boomers or whatever, go, oh, cool, I want that cover because it's nostalgia. Kyle is notorious for picking up covers exactly like this.
When they're good, they're good. What can I say? When they're hot, they're hot.
They can't miss. They
can't miss.
They don't miss.
Look at all these bangers. I mean, they are just.
I mean,
one after another.
Who doesn't want to pick up a Daredevil book with the Human Torch and the thing on it that makes it look like a Hulk 181?
Hell yeah.
What?
So yeah, so it doesn't really make any sense because they're trying to say like, oh, hey kids, comics, but then at the same time, old guys, here's your comics. It's confusing to try and figure out what it really is that they're trying to do. Now they could be marketing it to like everyone and trying to hit all facets, but I don't know, man. I don't know if this is the strategy to to really garner that type of audience. So, because really, at the end of the day, who's really buying this stuff? It's older middle-aged men,
Yep. Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah. I did want to read a few of these comments, or actually, this one. So this is from our good friend Journo from Journo's Comics and Pop Culture. He wrote this comment a week ago and actually did a video on it. And I thought this was, I mean, spot on. I really liked what he had to say here. He goes, love your optimism, but I will not hold the same optimism as you. Here's why. First off, I do think it's an amazing job that they're implementing the info and the link to these characters' first appearances in the game. Not bad. Pretty cool, right? It's a good start. What a great idea to pull people into comics. But the reality of these sales is that it isn't the children or the young adults that are buying these books off of eBay. Correct. He says, honestly, they would probably have a better click-through rate from these gamers if that link went to a digital copy of the comic, which is what you said, Drew, right? Or I think that you mentioned that. That it doesn't go to, the first appearance, but it goes to the digital copy, which would be pretty rad.
Right.
Because the fact is very simple. Floppy comics are not being consumed for reading purposes, and the younger generations do not, quote, collect physical items. They would rather collect skins of all these characters on this video game. They would rather drop $100 on new skins or the new battle pass or the new season of Marvel Rivals rather than some dusty, floppy stack of stapled together magazine papers. I mean, he's bright. He's 100% right.
Well, and again, unless you have parents or a father in the home that does do those things and gets their child into it, or their parents, if their parents would actually parent their kids and know what they're doing and what they're playing and what they're into, you could do that.
Yeah,
it's not a lost cause, but I just think people just don't want to parent anymore. I don't think people actually want to pay attention. They don't want to actually do the hard work to get their kids into reading because they could easily do this from an early age. And when I'm doing that with my son, he's 18 months old. How much superhero shit do you think I'm giving him all the time? Like tons of books. And I'm always showing him. Like he's got the whole Justice League like book that talks about all the characters. I'm like, there's Batman, there's Superman.
Oh, hell yeah.
There's Green Lantern.
Cool.
And it's like, I'm like, that's Hal Jordan. He's awesome. He's like my favorite superhero. It's like, I'm going to be telling him these things all the time because it's going to be clipping in. And eventually he's going to like a couple of these characters more than others. And then it's like, now I got you. So now we're going to start reading more things. It's like, that's how you do it.
And that is a really good point. I think someone in the comment section had mentioned that as well, because a lot of comics is generational. You know, like when you listen to a lot of people and how they first got into comics, they say something to the effect of like, oh, my dad started reading them and then he handed them off to me. Or like my brother was reading them and he showed them to me. So I took his collection. Or like, you know, my dad took me to a comic shop when I was young. And so I got into it that way. It's always this kind of passed down of a generation to say, look, son, look, daughter, these are what heroes are, right? This is our modern mythology. And we just don't have that a lot now, because I would never subject my poor son or daughter to reading a Marvel comic book right now, at least the current ones. So.
Current ones.
Yeah. Salty says these homages are like Taylor Swift covering the Rolling Stones is just corporatized crap.
Ooh, don't tip me with a good time. Easy
Ooh.
now.
Oh
Easy.
my goodness.
Be still my heart. Woo.
Oh my God. Guy would have that on his Spotify Wrapped. Top song of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Journo goes on to say the people buying these books are people that don't play video games and that are solely into it to either flip for a profit, or those few quote unquote collectors that still haven't learned the ins and outs of the hard truths of FOMO over comic books. This isn't sustainable. Speccing over live action or video games will never equate to a comic book holding intrinsic value that will hold long term. And I think that's a really good point too. It's like these books are going to spike because Jeff the Landshark, right? It's a movie, it's a video game, but over time, are they going to be worth anything?
No one's going to give a shit. It's going to go back to where it should be, which is like a $5 book.
If that. If it's fun. I mean, like, I don't even know if
for 20. I'm like, why?
Crazy. I mean, the bag and board is sometimes worth more than the actual comic. But in 20 years, the nostalgia will not be in Jeff the Shark's comic, but in the video game itself. I love that you brought the homage variant cover topic up at the end, because it goes to show that the only thing outside of variants keeping floppy comics alive is slow withering nostalgia that will soon become a whisper in the wind. The modern floppy comic is no longer an investment, nor is it a commodity to be consumed for its original intent and purpose anymore. And that's just the hard truth. And like you said, the hobby as we knew it and loved it is gone, and that's okay. So I think a lot of people are kind of coming to this realization of like, comics are not the same. The industry is not the same. And like, we're just going to have to accept that or get over that. I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
It's a little black pill. I don't think everything's dead and no one's going to read comic books anymore or flop. It's like, I don't think that's true.
But I do think that the comic book industry is like the industry. I mean, the industry killed a man like months back because of alleged charge against him, and the whole industry tried to, take him out. And we did a live stream, like a memorial live stream for him. Like, that's no industry I want to be part of. You know what I mean?
Like, it's not just Marvel and DC. I get it, you need them to have a sustainable comic book industry. I get that, but for me to just write everything off and just be like, oh well, it's a lost cause. Don't get kids to read anything. It's like, look, our mom was an English teacher and taught in high school for a very long time, and it's like a lot of kids wouldn't read shit. But if she had one of our old trade paperbacks or old comic books in there, it would get them to read. It would get them to at least open a book, crack open something. And all it takes is just a little spark of an interest in anything. And then it's like, then you have somebody. So it's like to just write it off and say, fuck this, no one's going to read a floppy comic book anymore. It's like, that's just wrong. Like, that's wrong. And if you think that, then nobody wants you here anyway. Then it's like, you know what? Then you should just go away. You should be continuing. It's like, no, I'm not going to give this up. I'm going to get kids to read. I'm going to try to get kids to read this shit. It's not just be like, well, fuck them. Like, I disagree with that 100%. And I will always disagree with that. I will fight tooth and nail. My son is going to read comic books, whether he likes it or not. He's going to fucking read it. And so
you will have fun.
Yes, you're going to enjoy.
You see Superman?
Everything. You fucking understand me.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So I disagree with it.
I think now to be fair to Journo, I
don't know
will
who
say
that is.
that
Is that somebody? I don't know who that is.
Yeah, he's got a YouTube channel here. So
Okay.
this is because he did a response video. So he kind of responded to Swaggle House, not like he was like, oh, Swag and I are friends. We've done live streams together. Like, it's not a big deal, but I disagree with him on this issue. In this video, I think he does talk about how he's like, I don't think he's as black-pilled as we read in his comment, because I do think that he talks about, like, if kids are reading comics, it's because of a generational thing from, like, fathers passing it down to their sons, being like, hey, I'm so happy that you are reading this stuff, you know. But I do agree with you, Kyle. I think to be totally black-pilled, where it's just like, no one's reading anything and we shouldn't even try. It's like, well, then you're right. Then we shouldn't try. I mean, we give up now, right? It's like,
you should get up on everything then. It's like,
Yeah.
if you think kids aren't going to read comic books, it's like, what the fuck's the matter with you? Like, come on now. A lot of this stuff, that's all only kids can read are comic books. And if you could get them in with that, then it'll open them up to all kinds of things.
This guy says, I'm 19 and love comics, even have my own small collection. It's no surprise that I don't see people around my age collecting comics in general, whether it be for investing, for personal use. I've seen young kids get into sport cards and Pokemon, but not much for comics. And Journo says, thanks for sharing. They should have never left the spinner racks at local stores. Ooh, that's a whole nother topic.
Mm-hmm.
My nephew asked why I don't collect digital. I said digital can be deleted or corrupted. If you can't hold it in your hands, it can easily be taken from you. Best part is he called me from his LCS as he was signing his daughter up for weekly polls of Thundercats. Like I said, I don't know if many LCS stores know how to market this in their stores. I know how to. However many will just treat this as a book on their shelf. If you're smart, you put these in your Pokemon and Magic areas. This is one of those. I think gamers will spend more time and money on this game than comics. I think flippers who don't play the game will spec on it after they've cleared out the retailers. I'm 45 and remember comic shops mostly being full of middle-aged dudes back in the 90s. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Not wrong.
I'm a young adult. I only started reading comics about a year ago when I went to a hobby store to play a card game and no one showed up. Over the hour or so I was there, I bought Ultimate Spider-Man #1. Ooh, Spider-Gwen, Ghost Spider. Oh, the Ultimates. Ooh.
Oh.
Scarlet Witch. Oh. And a Spawn #1 reprint completely on a whim because I was bored and I had $25. I just grabbed what I thought had a cool cover and had characters I knew from the MCU. A year later, oh, well, this is actually interesting. He says, except Spawn, I bought it because it was only $1. Look at that. I'd buy that for $1.
Indeed.
A year later, I'm going to comic shops fairly frequently and reading a bunch of Marvel. I have noticed that besides for this one kid whose mom and dad come in to buy books for themselves, I'm the youngest person there. So sometimes it really is just getting them in there, getting them in the door.
Trust me, if you get a kid in a comic book shop,
Dude.
It is the coolest fucking experience of your life. Everything in there is just like, what is all of this stuff? This is so cool. Everything in here is awesome.
Yeah. This is kind of interesting. I'll read this last one. This guy says, I agree with you almost 100%, brother, but I like to think I'm the exception to the rule. I still read my floppies. Heck, as my Instagram proves, I'll buy beat up readers just for that purpose. There are still a few of us out there. But as far as kids playing the game, I completely agree with you. They're looking to collect that skins, not books. As far as getting kids interested in the hobby, I came across some news today that gave me hope. Dollar Tree is going to start selling comics, not new releases, in some store locations, blah, blah. Did you see those pictures, Kyle?
Yeah.
They're like flooding the dollar stores with like 12 books for like $1. I mean,
Which is
granted,
awesome.
they're all, which is awesome. Granted, they're all shit, but I mean, like, I guess it's something.
Yeah, I mean, some of them, it's like,
I don't know.
I thought about, I wanted to go to mine, and I might, if I have time this weekend, I want to go and see if I can locate any. I'm just curious if they have them. So,
Yeah.
But no, I think that's awesome. I don't know why you wouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
Lower the cost of entry, which you, the comic book industry, DC and Marvel, have fucked yourselves because you have upped the price of your books so much that now it's like the barrier of entry is so high. No kid is going to be like, I have $1. What can I get? It would be like, well, the Todd father is like, oh, here's my book, bud. It's like, it's like he knows what he's doing because he knows how to sell a book. So, yeah, they're just.
But then, yeah, like you said, you've got kids who want to go in there and buy a Superman book, but it's like $5. But it's like, oh, okay, I'm gonna get a Superman book, but I'm also gonna get like a Harley Quinn short story at the back of the book that I don't necessarily want, but I still have to pay like $6 for the book because of that. Okay.
Yeah.
And then when you look at how much the artists and creators are getting paid, it's like, wait, so the page rates are lower, but the comic book price is higher. So like you said, the barrier of entry is high. I don't know. It's just a nightmare.
It's a nightmare.
So Journo says, I'm not denying anything you said. And remember, nothing is in absolutes. I know that we still read our comics. That doesn't change the argument or the truth of the matter. I saw the news about the Dollar Tree comics. Unfortunately, I doubt it will do much of anything to really impact the industry. That shouldn't stop parents with children to continue to share their love with comics with their kids, as you and I do. And I think that's where he's still in agreement with you, where it's like, hey, maybe this new initiative in the Dollar Tree might not work, but we can do something about it as parents, right? Maybe it isn't enough to sustain industry change, but it's enough to know that we will leave behind the legacy for some of these kids today. I think we have to just understand that the floppy paper-bound comic book is dead, at least on the primary market, and also realize that there's no resale value in modern comics because there no longer is nostalgia within the consumer base of the primary market. Kids love superheroes still, and kids still consume comic formatted stories and books. They just aren't in the form of floppies. So kind of an interesting story here. So yeah, I mean, all that being said, there's a lot of different marketing tactics and techniques that Marvel and DC could potentially be doing. Is this Marvel video game going to be the thing that does it? Probably not. But hey, something.
Hey, they're trying something. Okay, I got to give them that.
Yeah.
Video games is the way, and I know the card market is big, and they're having a bunch of Marvel's still putting out a bunch of cards and stuff. Again, just because it doesn't have resale value doesn't mean that it's not worth pursuing. Like it's like, so what if it's not going to go much for on eBay? Who gives a shit? And you can't say that it doesn't have nostalgia. It's like, well, how the fuck would you know it has nostalgia and we're in it now? Like, who's to say 20 years from now people aren't going to want this Laura Kinney fucking WolvHERine book? You don't know that.
I hope not.
I think not, but you don't have a crystal ball to say this stuff has no nostalgia. It's like people would say that about us, our bullshit when we were kids. Like,
well, yeah, I
Pokemon
think
was nothing.
Well, yeah.
It's like when we went to when I was in 5th grade and Pokemon came out, it was the fucking thing. Now it wasn't super expensive at the time. You could get packs. It's like, but now those packs are thousands of dollars.
Yeah,
and it's like, at the time, there could have been adults saying like, "There's no nostalgia to this. Stupid. It's going to go away. It's a fucking fad." It's like, you don't know that 30 years from now. You have no idea You cannot predict that these books that are coming out now will have no nostalgic value. You don't know that.
100%. I read it differently though. I think what he was saying is that the books that are coming out now hold no nostalgic value from the 80s and 90s that the current the current kids who want to buy comics, they're going to see an Infinity Gauntlet homage cover and they're going to be like, what's this? I don't get it, right? Because they have no nostalgia. But for us, we have that nostalgia. So because they're still trying to generate nostalgia, there's really nothing there for them to, because if the comics have bad stories, bad art, terrible characters, and no real nostalgia, then I think it's going to be difficult for kids to want to pick up a floppy. But I do what you're saying though about people trying to forecast and say Laura Kinney Wolverine is not going to have any nostalgia. For someone, it might. I mean, I feel sorry for them, but it might someday.
It could hit. I have no fucking clue. I hope not. I pray to God she just goes away forever. But I don't know if that'll be the case.
Yeah. Enzo says it's hard buying comics when the industry hates their customer, like James Gunn. I don't know a whole lot about James Gunn, but
he just strongly dislikes conservatives and white males and straight people and everybody. Yeah.
You mean everyone else in the comic book industry and entertainment industry and sports industry and
I tried Creature Commandos. I tried that
Not
first
good.
episode.
Oh, the show.
Yeah, the show.
Oh.
The first episode is so fucking bad.
Poopy, eh?
It's so bad. It's not funny. I'm sitting there. I'm like, this is absolutely bad.
But
And
Kyle,
the
this is
animation's
the
not
future.
good?
This is DC Comics we're talking about. This is the James Gunniverse.
Gunniverse or Gunverse?
Gunniverse.
Speaking of shitty animated TV shows, Twitch streamer Spider-Man.
oh my God, what the fuck is he wearing? Is that a baggy jersey? What is that?
Jersey?
That art looks like
Yeah.
shit.
That is so lazy. That's not actual art from a book. That's not.
No, not a book, Kyle. A Disney-produced television show.
God, they've gotten
Woo!
cheap.
That is so bad.
Very cool.
Very cool. Very cool.
Very cool.
Very cool. Very cool.
Very cool.
Very.
So according to Multiverse Nation, Peter Parker is confirmed to be a streamer in Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, which is going to be a new television show on Disney Plus. And here's a kind of snippet of what the show looks like. You see the little live button up here. He goes, "Hey guys, it's Spider-Man here. Don't forget to like and subscribe."
Sounds like you.
And, I mean, he does actually. I mean, it might as well be me. Who knows?
At least it's not Miles Morales.
Yeah. But the other thing too is, hey, Spider-Man might be making money. I'm not making money anymore. So
That's also true. That's a sad thing. Sad thing. Are we sure? Are we sure Peter Parker? Are we sure it is the Peter? It's not a female version of Peter Parker or trans? Or...
I mean, there is a comic book that came out this week that is supposed to be the prequel to the show, and in that comic book, it's Peter Parker.
Mm.
So,
Okay.
Look at all these comments. That dude looks fire. It's the newest Avenger. Okay, whoa. Check you out. Stream is back up. Something is happening.
Oh my God.
This young lad had something to say about it. Let's listen.
A streamer streaming about it. This is awesome.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's like we're streaming a streamer streaming about streamer
man.
Spider-Man. It's stream.
I love it.
Spider-Man. Woo.
Can't hear him.
Oh, what?
I got no audio. I can't hear him.
Oh shoot, my bad.
I wasn't gonna say anything. I was just gonna let you keep going, but I was like, if you're gonna ask a question, I'm like, fuck, I don't know. I didn't hear.
Saying, yo, this is MTV Raps. I'm letting you know right here, but the dope is dope.
Yeah, yo, man, this motherfucker right here. Okay.
Hey, my N-word, Spidey man, he friggin', he's dreaming now. What the
Get out
hell,
of here,
man?
man. Get the fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here. Hey, my Spider-Man though. Hey,
My Spider-Man.
my gladiator. My Spider-Man. All right. Hopefully this works now. Shit, man, Spider-Man. All right. Shit.
So apparently Spider-Man is going to be a streamer in the new cartoon coming out next year. Let's talk about it if you didn't know. So a couple of days ago, it was revealed through a new look at the Spider-Man series that he will be a streamer. And it comes out January 29th if you didn't know. So here's the look of the
January 29th?
Oh, why is he sideways now?
Whoa!
Wait.
Yeah, he looks like a
Hey,
golden
where
streamer.
are you going, dude?
Yeah.
I think he wants to show off, the chat. The
Oh,
chat down there.
cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
He's a golden streamer. That's what it looks
Yeah.
like. Man.
Every cut, he's in a different portion of the screen. Whoa! It's like, where'd he go now?
Oh.
show that revealed that it's apparently Spider-Man on a live stream saying, hey guys, it's Spider-Man here. Don't forget to like and subscribe. You also get to see all of the comments popping up on the live stream at the bottom of the screen. And of course, as usual, there's people complaining, nagging, and whining about.
Oh, you mean like every other thing ever that ever exists?
It's
They're
literally
always going to be
anything. It
cool?
doesn't matter. It could be the greatest Spider-Man thing of all time.
Yes.
People will fucking complain about it.
Yes, 100%. There will be, like there could be the biggest announcement where they go, Peter Parker is going to be back in the original suit. He's going to be back with MJ. We're going to do classic stories. We're going to, involve the Sinister Six back into this. We're going to have, I don't know, who's an artist that could do Spidey art right now.
We dug up Steve Ditko.
Yes.
He is alive again. He and Stanley, we brought them both back to life.
Brought 'em
They
back.
are back on Spider-Man right
and
now.
people would be like, "Oh, I don't want that shit from straight
oh, you mean that
white
old
dudes.
stuff? The fucking
Yeah,
old
old guys.
people.
I prefer, John Romita Jr. right now for Gang War. I prefer Gang War
Yep.
over, and it's like, okay.
Mhm.
There's always going to be. So I love when people go, and of course they're complaining. It's like, yep, yeah, they are
Yes,
complaining.
they
'cause
are.
every time they will, most
Yep.
likely. So this guy says, making Spider-Man a streamer, why does Hollywood feel an
Insistent.
insistent need to modernize our heroes?
These are decisions made by people in their 20s who'd never read comic books in their life. That's why.
Ooh, Drew, I may disagree with you here. I think
Oh?
it's people in their 70s that go, what do young people like right now? Streaming.
Mm.
Because if
I've
you've
heard
read
that
The
word.
Uncanny X-Men from Gail Simone, who's like your 70-year-old aunt, it reads like if she were to think that what a 20-year-old would say. You know what I mean?
Mm. That's true.
Do I have any? I mean, I don't know. But Drew,
Yeah,
I can definitely see in terms of marketing, you
Mhm.
probably got a 19-year-old who just graduated from college and is like, or dropped out of college, and she's like, yeah, I know it's the Spider-Man.
I know there was like an Andrew Garfield thing. Spider-Man's.
The Spider-Man's.
Yeah.
Yeah. This guy says Spider-Man is a streamer. Yeah, I speak for everyone when I say we won't be watching. I mean, well, yeah, that's true though. Because of course he is. Another reason not to watch this.
Boom.
Got him. What's this
Got
modern
him.
trend of making teenage superheroes influencers, especially Spider-Man? What's up, Drew?
I said, got him.
Got him.
Spider-Man being a streamer. People complain about anything nowadays. Oh my God.
Welcome to the internet,
Yes.
dumbass. What are you? Is
Yes.
this your first day here on planet Earth? Who the fuck are you?
I don't. I mean, like he is a streamer himself, so like I don't think it's his first day.
Not everyone
he-
likes you.
Yeah. So, but yeah, no, I do think it's funny. It's like man, people complain about anything. I'm like, yes, that is the existence of the internet. Like
Have
that
you
is
never
every day.
worked a job? Have you never worked in a restaurant or retail? Everyone, that should be
Complains.
required of everybody. You have to be
Yes.
working in the service industry at some
Yeah.
point in your life. You will
Yeah.
be forced to work as a busser, a dishwasher, a server, whatever the fuck. Like, you have to. You have to work in retail. Do something to where you have people complain 24/7, no matter what it is.
100%.
Yeah.
So let's get this straight, right? Spider-Man in this series is a young teen in high school. Of course he's going to want to stream.
Now, so this is where
Of course.
of course. Now, I don't necessarily know if I disagree with him.
I don't
because,
disagree with
like,
that.
Right, because like if Spider-Man, if they're trying to do a modern audience Spider-Man in 2024 or soon to be 2025, like yeah, this stupid idiot is going to want to be an influencer. So it's like, okay, I get it, but that doesn't mean that it's still not a dumb decision.
That fucking outfit, I don't even know who.
It's
that is just-
terrible.
who is that? Is that a she or a he? Who the fuck is that? Is that a chick or a dude?
It's
I
Chris.
think it's a girl.
Chris.
I thought it was a dude with a man bun. I honestly don't know. But anyway,
Oh,
that's another problem.
potentially. It's just Chris.
Just Chris.
Just Chris.
Put him in the fucking Spider-Man suit
That's-
at least. You can't even do that.
For those of you,
Hey!
for those too young, that was a "It's Pat" joke from Saturday Night Live. Pat's love interest was Chris, and
All right.
yeah,
Very nice.
it's Chris right there.
The only modernized thing I like is making J. Jonah Jameson a podcaster raging at Spider-Man. That's pretty funny. Well, because they were doing
that's
a
crap.
an Alex Jones thing, right?
Yeah.
But you don't like his knee pads? Come on, look at these little things. Those are
Well,
those
he's
are
going to be
cute.
needing them if he's a streamer. He's going to be doing a lot of stuff
Well,
on there. On those
he's gonna be
knees,
doing
I'm
hot
sure he's-
tub streams.
Yep, a lot of OnlyFans. I'm sure he's going to
Yep.
be doing all kinds of
He's
stuff.
back on his knees. in
working
no
on
time.
his knees, and he's not saving lives, if you know what
Nope.
I mean, on those knees. So, oh God, Jack, of course, working at a comic book store, working retail at comics, it's nothing but complaints. It's always complaints. So,
And rightfully so.
absolutely, I would even say, what's interesting is like the fitness industry, like working at a gym. The
Oof.
gym, man, like you're gonna get thousands of people coming up to you every single day with a new complaint about their membership or the cost or the or the facilities itself, or someone who like, oh, someone only took off the 45 plate, but they didn't leave this plate, or like, I don't know. There's always
Someone didn't wipe down the machine when they were done with it, and it's not. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, I'm sure. It's
And I mean,
gross.
there is gym etiquette, but at the same
Sure.
time, it's like,
Wipe
there's
it down yourself,
some
you
things
fucking asshole.
There's some things you can just be like, I'll just do it. Right?
Yeah.
Of course he wants to be a streamer. It makes sense in my opinion. This reminds me of when TMNT Mutant Mayhem first came out, and a lot of people were complaining about the pop culture references and the turtles acting immature and all of that.
With pop culture references, it just dates your art. It just makes your art dated, and then people always just say like, "Oh, this is
they're
made in
immature. They're
2024."
teenagers.
Yeah,
Well, not just the art of that looks like shit. I'm not gonna. That's just
does.
me.
yeah. These turtles look horrendous.
Yeah.
They are 15-year-olds in the 2020s. How did you expect them to act?
Well, on
If
top,
this
of,
is
on top of
supposed to
that,
be
they made April an overweight black girl.
Oh yeah, that was the
Mhm.
series, huh? Yeah.
Modern take on Spider-Man, right? Why does him being a streamer bother y'all? And we all know streaming is the big thing now. Everybody wants to do it, especially teens.
Yeah, and
But Parker, I don't see that in him to do that.
Right.
That automatically telling me like, oh, he's in it to make the money and everything. I could see him doing it initially, maybe, like when he first gets his powers, he's doing it, to get fame and everything. But then Uncle Ben dies and he stops doing that shit and becomes a hero. But if he's sticking with this after that, you've defeated the purpose why he's Spider-Man.
Right, because like
This is a selfish. What that Twitch streaming? That's a very selfish, self-centered interest to do. I don't see him. I don't see the real Peter Parker doing that.
if you're doing super heroics, right? Like if you're out there saving lives, I don't think you'd really be focusing on also having a live stream to be like, hey guys, watch me save this guy or something. I don't know, maybe, but it, like you said, it doesn't seem like Peter, because Peter is a nerd, right? He's kind of this like reserved, nerdy, dorky kind of, he's not going to be all of a sudden like this charismatic, what's up Twitch, what's up TikTok, it's your boy Spidey coming at you with another video. Like I just don't see him doing that.
No. People may come back and say and argue, but he was making money as a photographer. I'm like, yeah, I mean, he was setting up cameras, but he wasn't going out of his way really to make that the important thing to do. And I mean, he made money. He wasn't making a lot of money, but I mean, for this, it just feels wrong.
This could be something if they had Booster Gold. Well, actually, they did do that with Blue and Gold when they did the blue.
That's in Booster's MO. Booster is, I mean, Booster is a hero, but he really, I mean, he's taking what he knows from the future to make money now, and that's those get rich quick schemes. Yeah.
I think that last DC run where I think it was called Blue and Gold, where it was Blue Beetle. Yeah, that actually was a lot of fun. I liked it because I know Blue Beetle had gotten invited onto the Justice League, but Booster had not, and so that was the dilemma, and that was the dichotomy of what do we do now? Do we still try and do we save bad guy, or do we save the good guys together? Do we fight bad guys together, or do you have to go out and do your thing? But
on top of that, look, I'm thinking the logic flaws in this. Like, this guy has a Twitch profile or whatever. I mean, if this becomes popular, what's to stop people from hacking his profile and discovering who he is through his phone and shit and everything?
This is a good point, Jack. He could easily compromise his identity for sure. Cajun, have a great night, brother. Thank you so much for being here, and always love your support and you hanging out with us. So thanks, man. Let's see if there's any more left of this.
But yeah, Spider-Man's going to be a streamer. I think it makes sense. How do you feel about it?
Oh, all right. Well, then there you go. That's it.
You're wrong. Stupid. No, Spider-Man is always the reluctant hero. It's that great power, great responsibility. It's what it comes down to. It's like, now, if you want Harry Osborn to try to corrupt him into becoming a streamer, hey, we can monetize this. Hey, we could do this. You should do whatever you want to change the story around to where then he gets sucked into this sort of thing. And then he turns out it's this symbiotic relationship that's killing him or destroying his family or whatever. It's like, okay, you can take that route. But to see it as only good or positive, or that's what his identity is, that's not Peter Parker.
Yeah. No, it is not. Well, I think we can move on to our comic book reviews for the week. Is there anyone that you guys want to specifically talk about this evening?
We got to talk about WolvHERine first. We got to talk about WolvHERine.
All right, very well. Let's pull that bad boy up. I know you read this multiple times, Drew, so you actually put yourself through the ringer. Now, before
I hunted
for actual WolvHERine, and you couldn't find him.
I only found Tobey Maguire's dick, and I had to stop.
I mean, I'd probably prefer to find that too, but
yeah, fair enough.
I hunted. So before we showcase WolvHERine or Laura Kinney, WolvHERine, Kenny? I don't know. Where is that? I was looking for. Oh, here we go. So before we get into the comic book reviews for this evening, I will do a shameless plug. Like I said, the channel has been demonetized as of right now. So if you guys do want to tip the channel or help us out while we're still continuing the process of the appeal video to send into YouTube, please feel free to send a tip over to the Stream Elements link that is pinned in the comments section. I've also got it scrolling across the bottom of the screen here. It just helps us out, and You guys know I normally don't do this, but because of the demonetization, it just kind of helps us continue forward and spend more time on reading these books and whatnot. So let's get into Laura Kinney, X-23. So this WolvHERine issue was not a great start. I mean, they really want us to like her as WolvHERine, but she just works better as X-23.
And not just that, if you read this first page, they're really trying to set you up like how she was great at this. She was the perfect assassin. It's like, really? Were you the perfect assassin? I'm going to put because I don't think so. But how she acts in this, I don't see any assassin qualities in you in this book. I see a very reactionary teenager in this. And then you mentioned like the one safe space for mutants, Krakoa. I could not believe that shit. You know,
they mentioned it a couple different times. The safe space for mutants. I thought that was...
the island nation that was trying to impose their drugs and medicines upon the rest of the world, and if you didn't, we were going to act violently upon you. Read X Factor. That X-Corp. That did happen.
This is the intro to the book. Healing factor, enhanced senses, deadly sharp claws. The mutant once known as X-23, still known as X-23, was bred to be the perfect killer, but she's left that life behind, forging her own path alongside her mutant comrades and family as a force for good in an unkind world. She is Laura Kinney, WolvHERine. This is very much like he is Miles Morales Spider-Man. You know what I mean? They always have to say the name first, because anyone in their right mind who goes, oh man, did you read that WolvHERine comic? And someone goes, dude, Laura Kinney is the best. And you go, the fuck are you talking about? Who?
Yeah. What?
Like,
huh?
You say WolvHERine
what?
Or Spider-Man, you don't think of Laura Kinney or Miles Morales ever.
And don't think the irony of them saying comrades is not lost on me. The fact that they are all communists.
They are all a bunch of commies. That's true.
Yes.
But Kyle, they have a memorial for those who fought against fascism. Who could be how are they communists?
It's like, you not see the irony here?
Hold on. This is just, it's not moving on when they should have moved on from all that shit. This should all be gone from those days.
Yeah.
Because it's like, well, wait a minute. Like, if I think they're really anticipating people who are reading this have never read any of the past X-Men stuff, because if they had, they'd be like, wait a minute, you guys did some pretty villainous and heinous evil shit, and you're treating yourself like you are the villain, like you were the victims in this shit. It's like, no, you are not innocent in this at all by any means.
Yeah. Not innocent, if you know, not just not innocent, but actively like enforcing your will against other people, which is very.
And if you don't take our stuff, we're going to act violently upon you.
Right.
And people forget in that X-Men versus Fantastic Four, Professor Xavier pretty much mind raped Reed Richards and made him forget. That's the best way to put it. You know, made him forget about forced him saying you're not gonna act upon us again, or else we'll kill you, or whatever, something like that along those lines.
Would you say these mutants are nationalists for Krakoa?
Isolation segregationists.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah. So the plot of this book is really contrived. They go to the Tree of Life, or whatever this thing is, the memorial. They find a mutant there who doesn't want any trouble. She's scared. She's hurt. She runs away.
Who doesn't go to a shelter. She's just hanging out at the tree. She doesn't go anywhere for help. Hanging out at the tree for help.
Out.
For reasons.
So, for reasons, you know. And she runs away. The girls are like, oh, what the hell was that? Laura sniffs out something in the tree and finds that there's like a little notch here, a little knot, that when she opens it, it's a letter, and it's the other mutant's brother that's been like kidnapped. And so it has like a letter and everything. And it's like, please help me. My brother has been taken from me. He's in Dubai and all this stuff. And it's like, wow, that's convenient that you found this and that there's a perfect letter for where he's at and how to help him. And it's like, oh my God.
You found a letter that's made, that's from paper, that's made, comes from wood, that's buried in a tree. It's like, wait, what? That still has her scent. And it's like, you automatically assume that scent was inside the tree, even though she was just there.
Yeah, like did she just put that in the tree? How has it been there for days? Is she there, like, still going back to it, hoping? Like, haven't you reached out to the X-Men for help? Maybe I don't know, because they're so wonderful, great people. Like, wouldn't you think to go to one of their many locations around the world to seek help?
And it looks like there are multiple letters. So
yeah, it's like
she put it in. Are there multiple suspects? Are there multiple kidnappings? Like, what the hell is going on? So I do like this. Yeah, it is. I do like this scene transition, though. I guess I'm packing for a trip. 16 hours later, literally in Dubai. Like,
just completely jump cut.
Let me just find a flight, hop on. Nothing with me. I'm just gonna go over, and here I am.
Not just like because as we all know, those flights are easy to get on. They're incredibly cheap, right? Yeah.
100%.
No, they're not. But I will give Erica Schultz's artist credit. The airport there, it does for the most part look like that. There are palm trees and everything in that airport. Yes.
Good. I would hope that the artist and writer actually do even the smallest modicum of research when actually drawing and illustrating comics. So
or AI helped them out. I don't know. We don't know.
Oh, yeah. 3D assets are being used throughout the industry.
They're nice.
They do a lot of good work. And then we meet Polly, who runs a safe place for mutants. And her ability is that she can sense other mutants. So Laura is like, get away from me. I don't need your help. Actually, I do need your help. Who is this kid? And then she's like, all right, I'll go and try and find him. Maybe he's being trafficked in one of these Dubai, like gross, weird mutant places.
Well, here's the thing. Okay, so look, it's a random nightclub she goes to. Her way can be kind of messy. It's like, sure, whatever. So she's in this discotheque or whatever, Delta Disco. But there's a random guy behind her. It's this empty club, it looks like. There's a guy behind her who just has his arms crossed looking at her. I'm thinking he's security looking at her. Then you have these mutants doing their powers, and she just randomly follows this guy outside just for reasons. Just no reason, no logical conclusion given. Just like, I'm going to follow him. Where's he headed? Clearly the exit, because that's where he's headed. But I don't, just on a whim.
And that's why I say that the whole thing is just contrived. Character needs to have this beat. They have to. So character finds problem. She gets to problem place. Then character has to fight villain. Then villain. It's just.
I'm pointing all this out. I'm pointing all this out because when we get to the very end of this comic, when we read something that Erica Schultz wrote, you'll see why I'm pointing this out.
Okay.
Then we get a shitty action scene.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give him some credit that, like, hey, this is more blood and slashing than we've seen in the actual Saladin Ahmed Wolverine book. So there you go.
I will give Eric Schultz an artist that. Yes.
So there you go. She asks this nitwit, hey, have you seen this kid? And he's like, gives her all the information. He's like, yeah, I've seen that kid. He's up on the 22nd floor, and this person is holding him, and they use him for this and that. And I'm like, wow, that took literally nothing for you to spill the beans. All right.
What would have been cooler? I'm not gonna lie, is if she had kept holding him in that chokehold, and she was loosening up slightly, for him to talk. But as he was talking less, like she was like slowly releasing her claws toward his head. But no, just let him go. Continue just to talk. This sucks.
So then she goes to like something where she knows that Logan has like a safe house. So she's like, thankfully for the safe house, I have all these uniforms. And then she fights, and then she finds these people, and they're using this kid for his powers because he emits like a pheromone that makes them feel good. So it's like it's a human trafficking allegory, I'm sure. But
when you look at the situation they're in, it's like, is it really that bad? You're in Dubai, one of the coolest places in the world right now to be in, and you're in the coolest, tallest building in the world right now, partying, drinking it up, having fun, making people feel good. I mean, it's not like you're living in a fucking cage or something. And
I mean, they're still being manipulated. They're still being taken advantage of. Like, it's not a good scenario for them. But I know what you're trying to say. Like, things could be worse. But still, I think the what's her name? Who's the writer here?
Erica Schultz.
Yeah, she's trying to say like that these people are like, it's like a Diddy party here. You know what I mean? Like Diddy parties were probably super extravagant and beautiful, and tons of beautiful women and money and food.
I don't see any baby oil.
But they're still being trafficked, which is not a good thing. So,
now the other problem I did have with this is Laura Kinney's regenerative healing, whether like how fast it is, how quick it is, because there's scenes in this where she loses her eyesight, where she loses the skin on her arm, and she gets them back pretty damn fast. And you read WolvHERine, X-Men, and he's been missing his eyes for like 2 issues, and they're still gone.
That's right.
It's like, wait a minute, what the hell's going on here? I see a lot of inconsistencies here with the rate of healing.
She's the better Wolverine, Drew.
Oh, that's true.
That's
true. I forgot.
I do like another great scene change here. She's got her claws popped, and then the next one, she's like, "Oh, thank you."
Yeah,
your
complete jump
gift
cut.
is it's like, oh, all right.
That was quick.
And then it plays out like a Scooby-Doo novel where she goes, "Yeah, and I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for that meddling Wolverine over there."
This is very, very weak sauce. This is
it's just childish.
Yeah, written for 7-year-olds.
Yeah. And even 7-year-olds would be like, Mom, can I read something else?
This is very condescending.
Yeah. But hey, at least we're back at the treehouse, dedicated to those who paid the ultimate price to fight fascism. God. It's the
irony. The irony in that.
It's such a ham-fisted sentence too, yeah.
People with this is an example of a writing jackass who has no clue about what the X-Men actually did, the evil acts that they did.
But good news is that the mutant at the beginning of the thing that was all scared and ran away, she is reunited with her younger brother. Laura brings the brother back. They get to have a nice little family reunion. And as Laura Kinney leaves the scene and goes to the docks, which is where she gets her next hint.
Apparently, it's nighttime. I did not detect nighttime at all.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
That's what. So she needs to go to Pier 87, which is in Hell's Kitchen, and so everyone goes Hell's Kitchen. What does that mean? Daredevil, but it can't be a male Daredevil. No. It's gonna be Elektra Daredevil. God, how awful. The Whammonses are gonna fight it out. They're gonna duke it out, because what says Marvel, like 2 skin suit characters of a female version of their better part, they're the better original hero, Daredevil and Wolverine, Matt Murdock and Logan Howlett. I mean, this is
I think the only way it gets better, I mean, if it's really a Marvel comic, they'll end up making out at the end of the issue.
Ooh, and scissoring. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Now we're talking. So this is
So
right?
this right here, what Erica Schultz wrote, I am calling total absolute bullshit on what she says.
Let's be honest. This isn't the first draft of this.
Bullshit.
It's going to be in the book.
Bullshit. This is written very much like a first draft.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. It's been written and rewritten more times than can be remembered. That's really sad if that is the case. Like if this was rewritten and edited and looked over, like this had to go through multiple people, like, guys, come on. This is not it if that's the case.
This is the best you got. Jesus.
Yeah. Every iteration is better than the last. Why is it taking so long to write a simple welcome to the new series letter? Well, because this is Laura Kinney. This is the WolvHERine. And those in the know that Laura never takes the easy road. So why would I? So
this is embarrassing.
Yeah, this was embarrassing. This is bad. Oh God, this is the cover of the next issue. Of course it is. Two Whammonses scissoring together that
literally
have taken the mantle of their better male counterparts.
They are
scissoring with their blades. Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. Perfect. Balance. So I will bring this up just to kind of go over this really briefly because I don't know who read this or if anyone even cares. But we did go over this briefly in one of our news segments earlier. So this is, in fact, the comic book as the official prequel to the upcoming Disney Plus series, Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, written by Christos Gage, our favorite. Yay! Look at that outfit. Look at that uniform.
Yep, that's a
Ooh,
hero.
Boy. It
Yikes.
looks like something. And he says, don't worry. I'm not going to say you're probably wondering how I got here. So
you said it.
Inadvertently, you just said it. So yeah. But this was just amateur hour. It's just the same exact.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's very much just like, oh, I'm Peter Parker. What's your name? Oh my God, I got bitten by a spider. Oh no.
This them would be talking to Peter Parker. Hi, I'm Peter Parker. How are you? This chick would be fucking hissing at him. Like, what the fuck? Nice to meet you, Peter. I'm neat. It's like, no.
No, she'd be like, get away from me, nerd.
She would have thrown one of those special like milk jug cocktails at him that Antifa has.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice try.
But yeah, no, this new they them is a big part in the story.
Shocking.
So, yeah. For a new modern audience, right? Because you've got to get Peter streaming and you've got to get his best friend to be a they them. Named Nico Minoru. Minoru?
Is that a chick name? Nico?
It's gender ambiguous. Who knows at this point?
I know
Japanese.
Nico was was one of Steven Seagal's character names, and I think Above the Law. I know that.
Ooh, okay. Maybe she knows Aikido.
Is that a manga name?
Mangaka?
Yeah. Is that a name of a sword or a bouncing dumpling or something? I don't know.
Is it a hentai thing? I don't know.
Yeah. Is it a cloud that carries Peter from one thing to another?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. A bouncing dumpling. Oh my God, that's so funny. Yeah, I don't know of any Nico Minoru, but there she is. So
she's definitely running away.
But yeah, no, the comic is really just Peter finding out, oh my gosh, I have powers. See, Spidey sense. He saves the cat and he doesn't get trampled by the beans. Oh no,
save the cat. Get it? Save the cat. Save the cat moment where you literally save the cat.
Yeah.
You're on the character side now. Save the cat.
Yeah. And then gender ambiguous friend and their foster mother.
Foster mother.
Foster mother, not the actual mother.
Of course not.
Oh, Nico the Runaways?
Yeah, she's from the Runaways?
Sure.
Okay.
Nico's sister Grim Minori?
Sure.
Whatever. You're just
The
saying
Runaways
words.
X-Men. Huh. Okay. And then
Food.
they have food. And it's
Are they
just
lesbians?
food.
Who's
And
that?
they sure as
That
hell
Aunt
will.
May?
It's Aunt May. Yeah, it's Aunt May.
Oh, they're gonna be scissor me tempers by the end of
Yeah.
this. Oh, Jesus, God, everyone's
for
just gay in
sure.
this thing. Okay.
Yeah. So of course Nico comes from LA and she's like, how do I be the person I need to be without being the person that people want me to be, that I want to be, but not be for them? And Peter's like, I don't know. I don't know.
I'm a white male. I got
Okay.
everything figured out.
Yeah. So they're wondering, oh, do we go back to school or what's going to happen? Because our school blew up. Let's go check it out. So they're going to investigate. So they investigate the school and they find out that it's like, oh my God, someone planted a bomb or someone tampered with this purposefully. And it was Silvio Manfredi. He's the one who did it.
World's greatest detectives. All right.
Yeah. So they're on the case. And then the mob shows up and they're like, oh, we gotta kill anyone who's in here to It's just amateur hour across the board. It's not offensively bad. It's just like,
yeah, it is.
They're trying to do a prequel to this new stupid Disney show. And it's like, okay, I get it. Woo. He's finding out his
leave that
power.
lesbian to die.
She bailed. She bailed on, and so he was
I
like,
thought he bailed on her. Okay.
No, she bailed on him.
Damn.
So then he goes like, oh, but maybe I could be like a superhero like Captain America, but I can't do it being Peter Parker, so maybe someone else could. And then he develops his costume, probably in the next issue, maybe, but yeah, this is super amateur hour. It's really nothing. So, but hey, remember the first Spider-Man where he fought the wrestler guy?
Is that like
Is
that a sex mask he's wearing? Like, what is that? It's got a hole cut out of his mouth. Is he like the Gimp from Pulp Fiction?
Boy, you got a panty on your head. Yeah,
like he's doing a little something in that ring.
One of Aunt May's, one of Aunt May's
He's
he's one of those X-Men sex slaves in Dubai.
He's shooting spinner webs from something.
Yeah, he is.
All right. Was there? Let's see.
I would say X-Men next.
X-Men next. All right. So I will say I read X-Men. Uncanny X-Men. I thought this was adjectiveless, but this is Uncanny.
Yes.
I started reading Uncanny, and I immediately was like, this is the worst of the week. Then I read Dazzler, and then I said, oh, nope, we have a new contender. So while you guys kind of briefly talk about Uncanny, I will be right back. I'm going to grab a drink.
Okay, so Kyle, did you read this?
Vaguely.
Okay, so did you read X-Men last week?
I believe so, yes.
So this is part 2, part dos. It allegedly picks up where the last part left off. Now, what makes this piece of shit very, very special is that for the first 13 pages or so of this 22 page book, it is redoing almost everything from that X-Men issue, redrawing art panels, redoing dialogue, all the stuff that came in that previous issue into this issue.
Yeah, because it was the high school kids going to high school, right?
No, they're in prison.
Oh, I thought the last issue of this was.
Well, you're right. That was, but last week's
last week's X-Men. Yes, they were in the prison, and that one was forced to say she wanted to meet. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm reading this. I'm like, 12, 13 pages in. I'm like, why does this all look so familiar? And they just completely redid the art and everything that already happened in last week's part 1 into this issue. So Gail Simone and her fat ass honestly really did probably 9 pages of originality in this.
Yeah, that tracks because I remember Stegman's art as far as Scott standing behind that gay bisexual kid with the pink hair in the Blackbird or something, and I think that same panel is in this book. And I'm like, didn't that happen last time too? It seems like they're always together.
A lot of this shit happened last week.
Yeah.
But the big difference is, like, God, that fucking horse. Big difference is this week is that it was redrawn shittily in this.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I think the art in adjectiveless is way worse than this.
What? We're talking, Max. No, seriously, Max. Look at the panels. Look at some of the pages in this that were redrawn from last week's adjectiveless X-Men. You will see, like, the work done last week is leaps and bounds above the art in this issue. Because they straight up redo panels from last week's book. That should be not fucking allowed. That should be fucking illegal. That's over half this damn book.
I agree that the first portion of this book is just kind of recap.
Not kind of, it is. Not kind of.
Yeah, it is. It's just, hey, you know, how are we going to navigate, you know, Scott and his team infiltrating the jail, and how are the uncanny, you know, how's Rogue's team? Because let's be real, the uncanny book is just Rogue. I mean, the uncanny X-Men book should just be called Rogue.
So my problem, my big beef with this, my big beef and cheddar with this is that this art team and Gail Simone and her fat ass, they completely redid art from last week. Redid art and changed out the dialogue with her own dialogue in this issue. That should not be fucking allowed. That is fucking ridiculous. That's over half this goddamn book. And I could not believe it.
Now, that's a bigger issue to you than how Scott and Rogue are handled and how they fight each other? Because
creatively, I would say from a creative standpoint, it pisses me off more than anything else. As a creator myself, it pisses me off.
Okay. Because I will say, I think for me, the reason why I hated this issue so much is because Scott, as their leader, as the leader of the adjectiveless X-Men, I think they're like on, you know, they have different, you know, you've got Rogue's group and then you've got
Scott's group.
Yeah. But Scott tells Rogue, and he says, if you come to this jail, you will put everyone at risk. You will hinder the mission and could potentially compromise everyone here and get us all killed. Leave your emotions at the door and think just logically for one fucking second and do what's right here and let us handle this. And she goes, all right, fine. And then just flips 180 and goes, you know what? No, everyone deserves a right to fight at the jail. So now we're going to go, and just says, oh, well, screw all of that, and puts everyone in danger. And then the second that they get there, they're like trying to, we'll go down to when they actually fight Scott, but they come flying out.
That is all fucking redrawn. I couldn't.
It is. And then they find each other. And so before Scott does anything,
that's the one good panel of this book right there. That is the one.
Yeah, this is pretty cool.
Yeah.
But before Scott does anything, he says, Kane, you know, come to me, my X-Men. You know, he's trying to get some backup. The stupid kid, I hate these kids, by the way. They're the worst. The kid nails him, knocks him in the head, and they all start fighting, and they all start, you know, blah, blah. And so Rogue gets upset at him for that. And she goes, smacking kids around now, Scott. Motherfucker, he hit them. Like, who threw the first punch? Your team, you dumb bitch. Like, Rogue is, how this is written is making Rogue like the honorable, noble, like, I can't believe that you would hit these kids. Bitch, these kids.
Rogue, you are the one who put these kids on the battle line. You are responsible for this, not Scott.
100%. You nailed it. She went out of her way to bring them to this battleground, put them in danger, and then gets mad when Scott is like, y'all need to leave. Like,
Yeah.
it's, this is so retarded.
Yes.
It's so retarded. I think what makes me, like, Drew, you say as a creator, as an artist, this makes you livid because of how lazy it is, right?
Yes.
As someone who is like led people in a military setting, like young kids, 18, 19-year-old
Mhm.
kids into a combat zone, this makes me furious to see this kind of incompetence. And what's her name? Horse Girl is the bestest as ever and knocks out
that
two
goddamn go lower.
tanks.
That panel, that next panel down. That
Oh,
next
yeah.
God damn it.
Oh my god. And it's the Marvel it's remember in MCU when Captain Marvel shows up and Thor goes, I think I'm beginning to like this one, or whatever he says.
Mhm.
That's exactly what they do with Gambit. He goes, now maybe it's just me, but I'm beginning to like that one. Bro.
Mhm.
Ugh,
He likes strong
Yeah.
women. Come on now.
I guess so. Strong whammons.
Yeah.
And there's nothing stronger than when you have to have the characters tell you, the reader, hey, you like this person, right?
Mm-hmm. Do I?
Thank
ever.
you. Thank you, Gambit. Thank you for telling me. But yeah, this is just so ridiculous.
It's hot. Literally.
She can just bullheadedly just freaking take on 2 tanks, baby.
Mm-hmm.
It's perfect.
Mm.
So I 100% thought this was going to be the worst issue, and yet it is not. Oh, here we go. More terrible dialogue. Hello, I am Death Dream. We are fighting. Good one, Gail Simone.
Thank you.
It's Gail
Thank
Simone,
you.
everyone. Jesus.
Bravo, Gail. Oh no. The
People.
Brotherhood of Mutants.
Brotherhood of people.
For people. The Brotherhood of People.
Yeah. And apparently
Those
Siren
guys.
is now part of that team. Sure.
So is this
whatever.
like female Banshee?
That's his daughter. Siren was
Oh,
actually she was on X-Force back in the 90s.
Ah, okay. So
And
Siren.
she was an X2, Max.
Oh, how could I forget?
Yeah.
Toad? Question mark?
Where I think so. That's Toad, Blob, and
Blob. And
And
AI Cyber Dogs.
They're Transformers.
Oh, they are. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Actually, these are probably the dogs that are guarding Mar-a-Lago right now.
Oh,
probably.
Hot take.
No, did you hear about that? They have those Dyson dogs that are, I think that's what they're called or whatever. You know those things that have been running around all AI like? Yeah.
Yeah. Doing all of our dirty work for us. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Who doesn't know that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was terrible.
Yes.
Shall we do a good one?
If you can find one, go ahead.
Did we ever talk about prairie gods?
Prairie dogs? No.
Prairie dogs? Did you get a chance to read it, Drew?
Which one?
Prairie dogs, prairie gods.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I reviewed it last week with Wes.
Oh, nice. Okay. So yeah, this came out last week. However, we didn't get a chance to review it.
I'll be right back.
Okay. We'll talk about it here. Kyle, what'd you think of this issue? I think I texted you and I said I think this is my favorite one out of the 3 that he's done so far. This was like Twilight Zone, the comic book. What'd you think?
This was so fucking good. Like,
yeah,
I would agree
right?
with you. It is. It goes places I did not think it was going to go. You want to talk about just a complete what the fuck? Like, wait. You think you're in a story. You're in one. And then all of a sudden it's like, nope, you're in a completely different fucking story. And it's like, well, I did not that happening at all. Pleasantly surprised. I loved the dialogue in this. I thought this was, a story that I wouldn't say outplayed, but you get the World War One, you get the the trench warfare story, the lone guy who's hesitant, not sure what I'm doing. Should I be? It's like that's that same war story you kind of get over and over again. It's like, but it's still it's a good story if you do it well. It's one of those that you see it 1,000 times, but if it's done well, it's like, okay, I can give you a nod. And so I was going along with it, and then when it hit the turn, I was like, ooh. I was a little worried.
Oh, okay.
At first, I was like, I didn't sign up for this. I didn't want this. Like, this isn't what I ordered.
Wait a second. Yeah.
But then when I was going, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go with it. And I fucking loved it. I thought this was absolutely great. I love the story he was telling in this. I love the end, like how it just, I don't know. I was just with this one. And each one of these issues, you just kind of have to give yourself to it. It's just kind of like, okay, I'm just going to go on the journey that he wants me to go on. I'm not going to come into it with any of my bullshit, biases, whatever I think it needs to be. I'm just going to let it just kind of happen. And you have to with these issues and what I'm kind of noticing now, 3 issues in. So no, I thought this was great. His art is just so fucking good here. His art sells this book 100%.
You gotta release your inhibitions, and you gotta come in with no preconceived notion. You just gotta, like you said, you gotta let him take you on the trip with him.
Yep.
You gotta ride the ride, and I promise it pays up. Like, and that's the fun thing about this is like the first book, you're on this ride, you're not sure where it's going to go, and then you get to the end, and it's like a Twilight Zone, which is why I think he equates a lot of these issues to Twilight Zone episodes, because how the devil responds, to best 2 out of 3 or whatever.
Yeah,
like he got me. I would have never seen that coming. I love that ending.
I could have sworn the guy would have died at the end of that issue. I'm like, I know where this is going.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And then same thing with this one. You think you kind of know what this is. You're like, all right, it's going to be like another 1917. Is that the movie that came out not too long ago?
Yeah.
Where they did, it was like the one continuous shot. Right?
Yeah.
The whole movie.
Yeah, running. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're
watch
following
it
the
again. That was such a great movie.
It is
it was brilliant.
Yeah.
Very historically, like, well done. They had great costumes, great set pieces, all that stuff. And like you said, Kyle, this art just, I mean, it's magnificent.
I
It's
love
beautiful,
that.
but it's also so, I don't know. It's like, it's so lived in and so horrific, but also beautiful. It's, I know everyone uses the word gritty, but I wish that there were a better word than just gritty, grounded, or
I mean, it's haunting.
More intense.
It really,
it
makes me have like an unsettled feeling when I read this.
There is an artist. I'm gonna pull up his name because I was just reintroduced to his art, and his art really reminds me of his. Give me 1 second. I'll let you know, and you can compare it.
Yeah, well, you're looking that up. I don't want to go any further than this. Normally, we go over these books, and we tend to just kind of go through the whole thing. We'll spoil it for you, and we'll say, this is what we liked about it, this is what we didn't. But I cannot spoil this for you guys. Like, I can't.
Don't be spoiled. Don't be spoiled with this book, please.
I want y'all to read it. But I will tease. I'll give a little bit of a tease, I'll read this. There was a bright light in the churned up little corner of the killing field. It seemed to hover above the battlefield. Then our figure emerged from it. Giving me chills already, dude. So I'm going to leave it at that. And I will let everyone else read this book because I cannot recommend it enough. It's a war story. Dare I say it's a sci-fi, it's a God, it's a story of heroism, but it's a story of sacrifice. It's a story. It's a horror story about about fear and death. I mean, it's got everything, man. I can't recommend this enough. I also want to say how difficult I feel like it would be to illustrate an old man and then that same man for us to recognize him but have him be young. I don't know how he was able to do that, but I feel like that would be very difficult as an artist, and that he was able to do it seamlessly. I don't know. Yeah.
Fucking great.
And look who it is. It's our main man.
There he is.
There he is.
Our guy from the first issue. So
yep.
But yeah, I think he nailed the atmosphere too. I mean, yeah, that shot of them all sitting there in the trenches, man, it's just like, doesn't get better than this. Drew, were you able to find that artist you were talking about?
Yeah, and I put in a private chat. The guy's name is Jorge Zafino, and I sent you a Bing link so you can pull up, so you can see some of the cover work and the images he's done. He did a lot of work at Marvel, a lot of work at DC. He did a lot of Punisher stuff with Chuck Dixon. He did a series called Winter World with Chuck Dixon. He did Conan with Chuck Dixon. Go figure. He did some Batman stuff. But if you look at his style, especially his inks, it really looks like Shane's. Very similar.
God, this stuff is gorgeous.
Yeah, that was from Terror Inc. He was the artist on the series Terror Inc. from Marvel.
Look at that. Dude, these look so rad. Whew, look at that bad boy.
Yeah, that sucked. Oh.
Comparatively to Shane Connery Volk, yeah, these suck. No, I'm kidding.
Yep, it's a good first draft.
he's going places. He's doing all right.
Yeah.
Wow. This may not be him. That looks like.
No, that was him.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, he did some. He worked for a long time. Yeah, he died unfortunately.
Oh no.
Yeah, he died. He died over 22 years ago.
Oh my goodness! So it's been a while.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I'd love to buy his artwork.
He's so good. Why is he dead?
Oh no! Oh
Actually,
no!
I'm wondering because he was born. He was only 43 when he died.
Oh.
Yeah, he died of a heart attack. Yeah.
Dang, man.
At 43, died of a heart attack. It's terrifying.
PD.
That's like what's his name? Nick Manabat. Nick Manabat was only he was in his 20s and he died of cancer.
Yeah.
And he never even really got to see the full extent and breadth of his capabilities, but his illustrations, man, were just chef's kiss.
But yeah, Jorge Zafino, if you look at the stuff he did, I mean, like I said, the Punisher Warzone, the NAM, worked on that, Winter World, Hellraiser, Savage Sword of Conan, Terror Inc., Batman Black and White. Yeah, he did a lot of stuff for a long time, and he's an artist, another one we need to really remember, and you can really see a lot of, like I said, a lot of Shane's work in his.
I could see that. Yeah, maybe take some influence from there.
Yeah.
Speaking of Conan, Savage Sword of Conan, I know we reviewed this last week, but technically this book came out this week.
Okay, so I enjoyed this. I enjoyed this issue.
Why?
Yeah.
Please go on.
We have Conan. We have the Elite.
Briefly.
No,
I mean,
he's talking about Conan's throughout this whole damn book.
He says two things.
No, he doesn't.
I thought he did because when Beelit takes the front page of this whole book.
No, not really. No.
She's telling him how.
So they're both pirates. They're both pirates. They're both pillaging and everything. They're having fun. She's beautiful. And she's not afraid to show her skin. We get some nipplage. We get this beautiful sex scene with the two, and they're not afraid to throw down against people when they're naked in bed, which is great. There she is, right there. Looks like
Now-
fucking Salma Hayek. Love it.
What did you think of the art? Do you think it fits Conan?
I will say, arguably, it is the weakest of the artists we've had.
Okay.
I will say that. But is it horrible? No. Is it? I mean, compared to
No.
compared to what we've seen this week, like from Marvel or DC, no. This is good, but from like, as compared to Roberto Del Torre and Doug Braithwaite, no.
Mhm.
This is third best, but still, it's not terrible.
No, and I agree with you there. Like the art is actually in comparison to Marvel and DC, it's probably top tier. In comparison to the previous Conan artists, it's the lowest on the rung. You know what I mean? Like so within those different brackets, I still think she's very talented. The artist here is super talented. I don't know if it fits Conan, but
Yeah,
this
me
is
too.
where
I'm-
I felt.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's,
yeah.
well, I will say at least the artist she draws Conan. He's very muscular. He's looking good, and
Yeah.
Bailey, she's looking fucking sexy. She was looking great in this.
She looks good. I just wish that because like for example here, she's like once or twice a year the Tigris ports here for a few days to undisturbed the bribe, and he
Yeah,
goes,
there's a lot
you
of
trust him?
exposition about that port.
yeah, and she's like, and has realized it can't stop piracy, especially easy when there's another, and just keeps going, and then he goes, what if we're recognized? Like he's just asking questions. It's just one word, little questions, and she's like, "Oh well, with an unnamed ship, no one will attribute such frightening legends to it." Okay, all right, Beelit, this isn't your comic. All right, let's like, let's keep it going. But I know when we went over this last week, Josh had said he was like, I wonder if it's maybe the colorist too that may be kind of off because he liked the sepia tone. He was
Yeah,
like,
me
the
too.
sepia here actually looks
Yeah.
much better for a Conan book. I think it fits
does.
better, right?
Yeah.
But you know, I can still see like she looks great here. I'm not, and this was a great double page, but I was like, this is a little bit too much of like a Beelit comic. So, but, and then we get stunning and brave lesbian.
These fucking assassins are so retarded. Like they look like the dumbest morons on the fucking planet. And it's like the fact that they let this lesbian, of course, live at the end, and like you're gonna be one of us now. It's like fuck off.
That was my biggest issue. Is like, okay, maybe I can get past the art. Maybe I can get past the fact that it's like a Beelit issue. But the fact that they let the lesbian, you know, the lesbian white chick, like whatever, just like, oh yeah, we're gonna live so that you can show us where the treasure is. I was just like, why? No, they wouldn't do that. Are you kidding me? These are savages. I don't know.
Not necessarily. I mean, I knowing from Conan stories, Conan would do this. He would let that person live, although briefly, and eventually get betrayed by them naturally. So,
Yes.
we know the setup of this. We know how it's going to play out in the next part. They will be betrayed by
yeah.
this person. So, but it's their
Weak book, the weak issue. This book was not very good. The art subpar, the story subpar. It's a side quest, a terrible one at that. Boring. The first half of this book didn't need to exist, and it's subpar.
I think what's upsetting is that if this were any other book that came out this week, I'd probably be like, oh yeah, this was fine, you know. But because it's Conan, and when your bar is like, it's out of the camera, like I can't even put it within my camera box because it's like so high up. Anything below that tier is going to be like, oh, it's a step down, right?
Yep.
Even when Doug Braithwaite comes onto the book, I still feel like it's that top tier because Braithwaite just crushes it on art. So yeah, this was by far the weakest issue by a long shot, but you know, it's still better than a majority of other books. I will say, what's going on? What's going on here? It looks like there's a knee to a neck.
Uh-oh.
yeah.
Is this a little
breathe.
problematic?
Can't breathe. Oh no.
I was like,
oh no, don't worry about that.
what's
Oh no.
because the dialogue says no hesitation giving these jackals a lethal lesson. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Before we
Conan,
continue, hey,
you're gonna
a
get
certain,
jail
certain
time.
A certain Joe left made a little comment in the comment section.
Yeah, look who it
Hey.
is. Joe Corallo. Hey, brother. He says, hey, everyone, I'm just heading home from celebrating Friday the 13th in December. Whoa. It's a Wonderful Life on the big screen, then a party watching Don't Open Till Christmas and Terrifier 3. Nice. That'll be fun.
Nice.
Awesome, man.
Mm.
Yeah,
Well, have a
I saw
great time.
Yeah, Terrifier 3 is awesome. I saw that
Yeah.
in theater back in October. Yeah, it's a great movie.
And thank you for stopping by and saying hi. So, all right. So that was Conan. And like I said, by far the weakest issue.
Mhm.
Now,
That's fair.
Yeah. You know what wasn't the weakest issue out of a series that I have completely forgotten about and kind of fallen off of?
Amazing Spider-Man?
Transformers. Transformers. Robots. Yeah.
Yeah. Man, I loved the art in this issue. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, it
he
looked
is
awesome.
he's off the chain. He is insane.
Yeah, he's unstoppable. It's good. It's a good, not replacement, because I don't want to say that he's replacing Danny Warren Johnson. He really has gotten to the point now where he's really just kind of stepped up to, where the art needs to be at this point. So I'm really digging what he's putting down.
Yeah,
correct. Yeah, this was nice getting back to the main story and not a bunch of
Yeah.
backstory of this is who this was, this is who that's like, okay, those are great, but let's get to the main here. And this was nice getting back into that.
I completely agree. This felt like this was coming back to what I was like, because there was I don't know what issue it was, but I just fell off. I was like, what's going on? What's even happening now? And so then this one came back and I saw that Jorge was back on the art and I was like, oh, cool. Maybe we're back to the original stories. Like maybe we're back to that original plot line. And yes, we are back and it's starting to kind of bring itself back around. And yeah, this was a ton of fun. A lot of, what do you call it? Not stress and anxiety, but a lot of
tension.
Tension. Thank you. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. But no, I think the dialogue in this is really great as well.
I mean, that's how it should be. You have your heroes put into a situation where are they going to make it out of this? Because what's even better about this issue, one of the better things, is that you have our heroes kind of splintering off into factions, where you have different teams, and some of them don't trust each other. Some of them don't even trust Optimus Prime. It's fun. This is storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
No, and I appreciate humans not being able to differentiate between the robots. It's like you're just a giant fucking robot too. How do I know if you're good or bad?
And it makes so much. No, it makes total sense because, like you said, like if I'm just a dude on the ground and I see another one of these freaking robot things like carrying a bus, my instant reaction is going to be like, they just demolished our entire town and now they're trying to kill this bus. Like, what am I supposed to do, right? So I think that was a really great way of showcasing, like, it's not that humans are evil, it's just that the Decepticons have really deceived, no pun intended, the humans in making them believe that now the Autobots are the ones that are villains.
Yeah, then there's this like frequency that's going out, and Optimus Prime right here gets
oh my god
taken over. He's like, I'm gonna
like
fucking
demonic.
kill.
He's like,
shit. It's like, oh god.
He's like, what are you doing? You're gonna kill humans, and he's like, whoa. He like snaps out of it. He's like, oh my god. I would like to see this unhinged Optimus, though. I mean, like, what the hell would that be like? That'd be terrifying.
Now, one thing I have to remember, I reminded myself about, is that we're 17 issues in. I love that we haven't had it yet, but this gradual buildup, we know it's coming for that Optimus Prime Megatron confrontation. It's going to be epic, and I cannot wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was also pretty interesting too. Back on Cybertron,
Oh, that
you
moment.
have,
That was
yeah,
great.
you have a couple of Autobots that, including Cliffjumper, completely just knife this dude in the back.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
This is a sick panel,
Yeah, it is.
but it really does kind of make you think about the morality of like even Cliffjumper's like, hey, I don't know if this is how we should be going about this, because Optimus has given us a new way of how to save people and how to protect people. And I forget his name, but he's like, yeah, fuck that. No, we kill these dudes now.
It's just, yeah, it's people who have different ideas of what this situation is. You have your old cold warriors, then you have your new, the new people, trying to put upon this new way of things. How it shouldn't be we shouldn't see this like a full on war confrontation. We should try to get with peace first and then maybe fight if it comes to it. But like you have guys who just see it as just, like I said, a cold warrior where it's like, no, they are the enemy. We got to take them out by any means necessary.
Yeah.
I call that aggressive negotiations.
Yeah.
Escalation of force.
God, I love the Star Scream. That is hilarious.
Yeah, this is pretty wild. He's on a little car van thing.
Yeah.
So I'm really digging the art, like we said, from Jorge Corona, I think is how you pronounce his name.
Yeah.
Do you guys think that Daniel Warren Johnson would still be on this book if he weren't doing that god awful, insufferable, nonsensical "The moon is following us"?
I think so.
Probably, yeah.
Because like he obviously had to kind of divert his attention to that book as opposed to his Transformers stuff. But you know what?
And I think really we talked about this briefly many shows ago, but really after dealing with it with the Red Sonja people, dealing with an IP and you're dealing with the rights holders, that can get pretty damn aggravating. You're trying to make changes. I just did it for one issue. He had to do it for 12 issues, and I can't begin to imagine that stress and pressure of having to create it, send it off for corrections, send it back off again. You're waiting. It's just that I can't begin to imagine. And you just want to do your own thing where it's yours and you're your own boss and you can dictate the story however the hell you want it. So I completely understand that.
Yeah. I couldn't imagine being so frustrated, doing something to the best of my ability, sending it off, having someone send it back to me and say, yeah, this is good, but it's not the right logo. You have to do the logo, or it's not a good representation of this. Do it over again. And you're like, man, this is like my piece though, right?
Yeah.
So.
One of the best stories about that ever is from Peter David when he was writing the Star Trek comics.
Star Trek.
Star Trek.
Yeah.
He would often send off scripts to Paramount and Star Trek rights holders, and they'd always get rejected or sent back or whatever,
Oh no.
It's like every single time, every single issue, every time. And he was convinced that they were just straight outright rejecting it just because of him. So he turned in one script. He changed his name to Robert Bruce Banner, who's the Hulk.
Oh yeah.
And they accepted it.
Wow. So they were just messing with Peter David?
Yeah.
Bro, unreal. That's terrible. That's pretty funny though. Drew, who is Bruticus? This looks pretty badass, but I just don't know who this is.
Bruticus he's a combination of the I forget which robots. He's like a Constructicon. He's like one of the Constructicons where like all these one that's forms together. He's from Generation 1. He's one of the OG ones.
All the robots. All right. Nice.
So
do you think the Autobots will have something to fight him in return?
They have in the past, yeah, but that's the funny thing. We haven't seen that one yet, and I hope we do. But because it's looking like he's going to be fighting a Devastator, so
yeah,
it's going to be interesting.
Oh, he's a combination of the Combaticon.
That's it, the Combaticons, yeah.
Ooh, thank you, Kyle.
You're welcome.
Yeah, man, for $4, and you get this art. and
Yeah.
you get a fun, action-packed story that's
Mhm.
kick-ass with great dialogue and characters you care about for only $4. That's crazy.
This and Conan are books you get every cent of your dollar out of it.
Yeah. Well, not this week's Conan, but yeah.
Normally, yes.
Normally, yeah, you do get your bang for your buck. I would like my money back for this one though. Oh man. I'm a spoiled brat, okay? When you give me this and it's not that, I'm going to complain.
Airing of grievances.
Yes.
23rd is when you can air all your grievances on.
Oh, good. Okay. I hope we've all brought out our lead pipe as well.
Yeah, the poll.
So, the poll. Hey Al, hope you're doing well. He says, "Howdy, fellers. Howdy to you as well. Hope you're
Ahoy.
enjoying your evening. Ahoy, ahoy, hoy."
Mhm.
All right. Well, I guess it's about that time where we have to go over the worst book.
The
The
razzle-dazzle?
worst book I may have ever read in my
Oh.
life.
Oh.
I mean,
Oh.
this is, and our boy Lobos, or is this? No,
Mm.
this is Terry Dodson. Never mind. I thought Lobos was doing the cover, but
Even
still.
better.
Oh my
I
god!
seriously, I was like, fuck this book. I was like, I can't. I don't have the bandwidth. I can't fucking.
I can't.
The characters.
There's only
the
so
dialogue,
much. Yeah. There's only so much that one can take in this life.
There's only
And,
so much self-flagellating, self-filleting I can take. You know, this is what
Yeah.
this is a self-filleting comic, and just how amazing everyone is. No,
It
this
is LGBTQIA plus rights, the comic book, but it does it so poorly and it is not subtle at all. And it's trying to be like you said, it's trying to be this pretentious, like, I don't know, self-indulgent, like, look at how great we are. And it's just not that. It comes across as cringy and just pathetic.
pandering.
Pandering. Yeah, well, yeah, that's for sure. And look who it is. Kamala. Kamala Harris and Luke Cage, everybody.
Where's a bottle of
and
wine?
oh, they didn't have time to editorial had to take that one out of there. But this TikTok influencer or something,
Peter Parker
says this will be Peter Parker in the animated series.
Mhm.
It's all come down to this after all the backlash from anti-mutant bigots and news headlines trying to villainize her, all of which led to low attendance and canceled shows. Wait. She's had multiple sold out shows all over the world, but you're telling me it's a bunch of chuds, it's a bunch of online anti-mutant bigots.
Yeah, and the news
online
headlines
that
would
have
definitely not be on her side. You're right.
Am I right, Kyle?
Am I
right?
And all of those bigots led to low attendance and canceled shows. Boyd, I thought we had no power. I thought we were just a bunch of basement dwelling losers shouting into the void.
It depends on the day.
Okay. Dazzler's performing one final concert in New York City.
Yes.
Come on, everyone. We need to show up for her. Yes. We cannot let these haters take this away from us. In a time when we're most hated and feared. God. Dazzler shows are the only place where we feel celebrated.
Off, you piece of shit.
You piece of shit.
I just want you to get hit by a bus.
Oh, he's got such a punchable little face. Oh, it's the worst. This dialogue is like, it gives you cancer. Like, it is. Oh, I can feel the cancer growing inside of me.
Yep.
It's the worst. It's like bad AI Twitter speak on some activist SJW Twitter handle. It's awful.
Ugh.
Ugh. Self-flatulating is beating your own body. Self-fillating is sucking your own dick. This is both then.
Yes, it is.
This
This
is
is
somehow
definitely
both.
And then
That
there's
you're sucking your-
self-fagulation, which is then just making everybody gay.
Oh man. This is not real life, but this is what these people think. The freaking weirdos writing this, god awful pandering nonsense. They think that this is actually how real life exists. And they think that, we're gonna tell our story through Dazzler and it's gonna, people are gonna see themselves finally. And people just laugh at this. They see this and they go,
yeah,
come on.
And it's like, if this is supposed to be Taitaugh Switler, it's like, do you honestly think she
Taitaugh Switler? Is that what you call it?
Yeah, Taitaugh Switler. It's like, do you
Nice, I
honestly
like
think
it.
she gives a fuck about you? It's like she doesn't care about you.
No,
She
no.
never will care about you. Ever. 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 Show up for her. Let's do it for her because this billionaire just needs us right
Yeah.
now more than anything. It's like
More than ever.
you
And
are
she makes
fucking
us
stupid.
feel so safe.
Uh-huh.
Her telling us how to live, and warning us about global warming, but then also traveling everywhere in her multi-million-dollar jet that emits all this terrible gas into the
Yeah, but she
atmosphere.
needs that though.
Oh, that's right. No, you're right. So that she can go see all her fans
Yes.
and create safe spaces for all
With
of them.
friendship bracelets and hugs.
No, but we're just the anti-LGBTQ bigots. I mean, anti-mutant
That's
bigots
it. Yep.
trying to villainize her,
Yep.
which led to low attendance and canceled shows. Yeah. Yep.
Oh yeah, right.
Despite recent violent incidents and anti-mutant protests, when has there been anti-mutant protests?
Sign me up. Where are we going?
Yeah, where are we going, boys? Let's get the shotguns and
Yeah.
the F-150s. Let's go. Are we going to Krakoa?
Going to Krakoa.
We're
Going
going to
back to
Krakoa.
Woo!
Yeah, right. I'm gonna catch me a mutie because
Yep.
that's what they call all the mutants.
Beauty,
Muties.
let's raise the stars and bars, boys. Woo!
Yeah.
We're gonna have us hanging. Woo!
Oh, God. Both Mayor Luke Cage and I are taking a stand. Hate has no home in our country. Fuck off with
Let's
this
go kill
nonsense.
those fucking anti-mutant people.
Yeah. All those bigots are gonna die under my hand.
We'll not rest till they're all rounded up. And killed.
But hate has no room in our country.
No room.
But we will kill all of them.
We will kill all
As
of
But
long-
hate
them.
has no.
As long as
no
it's
room.
hate from our point of view, we're fine.
Yes. Yeah. Of course.
Justifiable hatred.
Yeah. Yeah. It's fine when we do it, but no, you guys are the meanie ones, the mean ones, because we do it in a nice. We kill people in a nice way.
Yes.
So. We are proud to honor a courageous pop star and inspiring role model who will continue to fight for what's right through her music, whether you're a mutant or a human. Whether you vote for Kamala or Trump, it's like, no, that's not how you did that. No, you divided an entire country.
Yeah, I literally divided it. Yeah.
People of New York City, please join us in celebrating as we declare today Dazzler Day. My God. So remind me again, what has she done?
Nothing.
She is flating herself.
She's fought off villains who have tried to come to her concerts.
Yep.
And instead of canceling her shows and saying, hey guys, I'm going to refund everyone's ticket, it's not safe. So we're going to hold maybe an online concert for free for y'all. We're going to, all the proceeds are going to benefit this organization to help out this thing. no, she's going to continue to do live shows and put everyone's lives at risk.
Especially mutant lives, apparently.
Oh yeah, yeah, because it's a bunch of mutants going to these shows, and she's like, "Oh no, I don't care."
Yeah. Well, I wonder what the out and proud sign represents. I don't understand that.
Out as a mutie, as a filthy,
Oh, is that what that
disgusting,
means?
degenerate mutie.
Okay. I wasn't quite sure what out and proud meant.
Oh,
Didn't get it.
well, I mean,
I thought they meant they were outside and they were proud to be outside. I'm like, oh, well, that's kind of nice. That's a nice feeling. Sure.
they could, and this is a stretch. I mean, this is me really having to dig into this. So forgive me, but I mean, it could be like an allegory for coming out of the closet, out and proud. But that's definitely not what this is.
You're reaching a little bit. All right.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get clicks here. I don't know.
I understand you're saying buzzwords for YouTube algorithms, and everyone's just we don't just talk about other things. It's like, yeah, I get what you're trying to do, but I don't see that.
Yeah. Well, look at this beautiful interracial couple.
They are handsome.
They are
very brave.
I love how it's like who's writing this? Jason Liu. Okay, you fucking retard.
And you know what? I can definitely see this writer completely cucking Longshot, because Longshot and Dazzler were a couple for the longest time. And this shit's happening, and I could just see Longshot showing up and be like, you know what? You two deserve each other. You two are amazing.
Wait. She talks about Longshot in her song, doesn't she?
Yeah, she says about a long shot. Yeah, go back up.
For us to work, I knew it would be a long shot, but with you, my love, it's a shot I'll never not take.
Scotty doesn't know.
Please don't forget this and make me feel something. But yeah, no, she's talking about long shot, right? I mean, I thought. But she's saying
we
like,
all know that.
Yeah.
He doesn't know that, but we all know that.
Yeah, this is the Scotty doesn't know song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, I like Jason Liu, the writer here, is probably the funny thing about this interaction between the two of them is he's trying to say like, oh, Dazzler is this super strong, empowered woman who doesn't need no man, but the guy is also like, oh, I'm super supportive of you and I want to love you. So he's got this weird dichotomy between the two where he's like, well, in case something happens, you've got me, I'll support you because I'm a doctor and I can help. And he's like, not that you need not that you need a doctor, of course, because you're perfect and I love you and nothing could ever be wrong. It's just this weird, like, dude, you can support her. It's not a big deal. She's not going to, well, she may actually kill you, but
she will kill you. Yeah.
Kill you dead.
To ask permission before you touch
yes. Yeah. She's like
get
bleeding
consent?
out.
Did you get consent?
He's like, babe, I have to put a tourniquet on you. Actually,
wait.
Did you ask for consent?
Yeah.
So just mindless talking and babbling and nothing is happening, and finally gets to the concert where, wouldn't you know it, another rando villain shows up and oh no, he's killing more muties, more filthy, pathetic muties. And he's called Pretty Boy. So that's something. He says
he's the hero of the story, right?
Oh yeah, actually we kind of do want to root for him, right? I guess so.
Yeah, so far I see nothing but good things.
That's
a good
punching
thing.
out and that's a good thing.
Is that Kamala? He punched Kamala Khan right in the face?
He did. Look at that.
See, he's a hero. Okay, good.
Kamala Khan?
Kamala Khan.
This is personal.
Kamala Khan.
So then there's like a whole bit where he like the frequency gets lost, or there's like everyone goes deaf or something. So then we get just a deaf comic book where there's like no real dialogue or anything, thank God. And Dazzler does a weird thing with her powers when she puts her hand on like the subwoofer and she says, get out of my world tour. Get out of my world tour. Ha ha ha. Nobody was supposed to hear that. You did it, Ollie. You're a hero. Woo! I mean, this is yeah.
God.
So right as we and then it's like, oh, we're not done yet, because the subplot is that this guy, Duo, what's his name? Duplo? Dupe. He's able to create multiple versions of himself. I guess Dupe has a second duplicate or another duplicate that tried to sexually assault Dazzler. And this is him. He goes, didn't think a lowly server from the Green Lagoon would be capable of this, causing him this much trouble. I thought we had some fun times after your gigs back on Krakoa, and I didn't make the cut in your new album. And so this guy's actually married, and she's like, oh, how could you do this? But he's like, no, I didn't. I swear it's one of my duplicates. I didn't do it. One of my duplicates. So it's like an evil clone of him, right?
Sure.
And she goes, I assure you nothing happened between us. I've been plotting this revenge since way before the Hellfire Gala. I hope your tour felt like hell, like the void you left in my heart after you rejected me.
Jesus.
What?
So we have a simp clone who goes rogue and becomes a villain to destroy Dazzler's world tour.
Oh my God.
Stunning and brave.
And this is like a main tie. This sounds like a Taylor Swift tie-in book.
It does.
This doesn't sound like
Honestly,
an actual like real comic book. This sounds like
Yeah.
some fake stupid bullshit at a Dollar Tree that you would find.
It sounds like you said, if Taylor Swift wrote a comic book herself, knows nothing about comic books, and she was like, this would be so cutesy and funsy onesie.
Right, and Rippaverse puts it out. It's like, okay, this makes perfect sense.
Oh, yeah.
Ripasend will send you this book and be like, okay, well, this tracks because it makes no sense.
This is his business.
Yeah.
This is business. So she goes, this is the dupe who tried to make a pass at me, and I wasn't having it. I respect Lila too much to do anything that stupid. And he goes, you ungrateful, after all I've done for you. So yeah, just some simp who got his heart broken.
Right? This is Multiple Man, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Jimmy Madrox. Yeah.
Okay.
And then what would you look at that? Look at that time jump. So he gets shot so badly, he gets shot into the spaceship.
Oh my God.
Oh.
And is sitting back and he goes, big mistake, Allie baby. Fire all cannons, boys.
But take them away, toys.
What'd you say, Chief?
All this is happening on the stage with like thousands of people watching. God, this is such a
People
terrible.
can we get our money back?
They're like, "Are we done here? Like, can we? I don't want to. This is unsafe." Like,
you see, this is where if you were at a comic book shop, you physically bought this, you read this, you go back to the comic book shop, you fling it at the guy behind the counter and be like, "Hey, I want my fucking money back."
You go, "How dare you? How dare you let me pay for something like this? Walk out of here and actually expect me to read this corn-infested piece of shit."
You gotta do better, shop owner. You gotta do better.
Yeah,
I don't know what, but you gotta do better.
But she goes, I will always live with them and even sing about them. It's what makes me stronger, talking about her fans. But no matter what, I hope you find it in your hearts to know that I'll put myself on the line to entertain you all. Bitch, you have put them in danger.
Yeah, I'm suing you into Kingdom Come. The entire arena is going to fucking sue you, you bitch.
She goes, I only sang one song and I still have the rest of my set list to perform. So if you could give me another chance, I want to give you all the best show of your life. And everyone's like, yeah. I'd be like, no, absolutely not.
You are uninsurable at this point. No, you are fucked.
Oh, look, but this one's called Out and Proud. Sing it with me.
Jesus Christ. Oh, she's making the mutant symbol. Is that the M?
She's doing the M, boys. Yeah. Or the Georgia or like anyone who doesn't like the Longhorns, you gotta
Horns down.
So horns down,
Hook it.
hook 'em.
Hook 'em.
So this is what terrifies me, though. It says the end for now.
Not forever. No, nice try though.
No.
Yeah, she's getting. No, there's going to be another miniseries. I guarantee it.
You think so?
Oh, I know.
Oh,
These are fake
no.
letters, right? These are
They're going to
fake.
double down on this bullshit. I guarantee it.
Oh my God.
Who are these people?
They're not real.
Holy shit! This person's from Compton.
Whoa, they're
Straight out
known
of Compton.
real. Yeah, reading this book. Oh yeah, sure.
These are not real people.
No.
Yeah, no, these are not real people. All right. But hey, the lyrics are by Jason Liu and Allison Blair. And, that's good to know. Thanks.
Done by a fictional character. Who'd have thought?
But not the lyrics to Out and Proud. Damn.
Oh, I'd love to hear the lyrics to Out and Proud. I wonder what that's like.
Oh man.
We going mutie hunting tonight, boys. We gonna eat good. I heard those muties be going to that concert tonight.
They like that
queer
rock and or roll.
That queer concert everyone's talking about. God damn. This is the worst thing ever. Ugh. So yeah,
I'd read that comic.
What's up?
I'd read that comic though.
Oh, all the anti-mutant bigots like fighting against them.
Yeah.
Dude, you know what? If Marvel really had the balls, they would do a comic and they'd follow just a dude who stands up for his beliefs and is trying to go against all this like mutant propaganda. And he's like, listen, I don't think we should work together. I don't think you should be here. I think that you are dangerous. I think after what you did on Krakoa, y'all are the fascists. Just to have some pushback, and maybe he becomes a villain, maybe he becomes a hero. I don't know, but
or better do one about a crazy fanatic who becomes like an assassin trying to kill her.
There you go. But no, they don't have the balls to do that.
No.
Whew. Well, those were all the books that I read this week, and I think that shit. You know what? There was one last one, and I will be super quick. I'm so sorry. Very briefly. What's up?
I'll allow it.
I'll allow it. I hope so, because this actually was really good.
Yeah, for the first time in a long while, Batman was good.
Batman was
art was
actually
great.
good.
Yeah,
the art was so good, and the villain in this is creepy as hell. This was a recommend for me, like a hard recommend, I think.
Oh yeah. No, it was fun seeing Batman be a detective and then, do things again.
Not just it's like a year two-ish, year three Batman.
Yeah,
I dig it, and I love it. Got the Shakespeare head bust going to the down to the Batcave.
Mm-hmm.
I love that shot. That is
got a
cool
kick-ass Batmobile. Got the old school
Batmobile's
uniform.
cool.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, that looks great.
That's cool.
No, man, this was fantastic. Like you said, doing actual detective work, the terrifying, horrific deaths of these. It's like 7,
Yes.
I definitely got 7 vibes from this book. But man, but this came out of nowhere. Like I walked in this book with 0 expectations, thinking, "Oh no, we got another #1 Batman here. What are we gonna get?" And this kicked ass. I loved this.
Yeah.
So, and then he also, as he's doing his detective work, he's like, why would they have cops, so many security guards and cops for a man who's already dead? You know what I mean? It's a good question.
Interesting.
Good question.
Because all cops are bad.
Yeah.
Oh yes, that's true. ACAB.
Yep.
We all know that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look at this art. That looks awesome.
Love it.
It's like a mix of
symbol.
Yeah.
Oh, you like the yellow, the big yellow?
I like the circle bat symbol. Like it looks like the bat signal up in the sky. Like I like that parallel.
Yeah.
It's
it
cool.
does.
And plus, I'm gonna be honest, it's been so long since we've seen it, and well, we kind of get in World's Finest, but I'm glad to see it again. I miss the oval.
Yeah.
What about the yellow utility belt?
I love it.
I like
That's how
it
it should
too.
be. That's how it should
All
be.
right. I dig it.
I know they're trying to give other creators try to give like a real world approach, but it'd be more tactical, be dark and everything. But no, it's a fucking comic book.
Nah,
right?
get out of here. Yeah.
It's a fucking comic book. Just go with it.
Yeah. When you find out this is our villain, and then actually one of my favorite pages in this whole book was when Batman goes back and does the work to see what this means. My God, man. I was like, this is such a cool concept for a villain that thinks that he's trying to cure people of their suffering by strategically placing pain or inducing pain upon them. That's, it's such a wild, like I'd never think about something
Well,
like
this is from Hannibal, the TV show on NBC. I love that, one of the best TV series, hands down. Like this reminds me of that show in a very good way. And I was here for it. It's awesome.
Well, I do like how that scientist or that the professor is talking to Gordon and Batman. Batman was telling him like, "Are you fucking kidding me? This guy is insane." He's obviously getting high
he's
formaldehyde.
sniffing formaldehyde.
Yeah. He's a weirdo. I don't trust him.
Because I was thinking he's
super
the guy.
fascinating.
It's like, no, he's obviously the killer because he's fucking insane. And he's like,
Right.
no, it's this guy.
The only thing that I was like, was Batman says, they removed his teeth and his tongue so that he couldn't scream. And I was like, you'd still be able to scream. Like even
Make
without your
noise.
teeth and your tongue, like you'd make noise.
Yeah.
But it is a haunting visual to be like, oh God, this guy removed all his teeth and his tongue, slowly and surely, methodically placed these pins in him until he died. And it gives Batman a cool challenge because he can't actually hit this guy. You know what I mean? Like this villain, anywhere he hits him, he's getting either a spike to the fist or he's getting a nail pushed into his face. Like he can't do anything.
Yeah.
So.
Those dots, like there is a phobia where you're like,
oh,
I think I have it of like holes and things.
Yes. Like hive, honeycomb hives and things like that. Yeah.
And like seeing it on skin, I'm like, that is something that I think I have, because it honestly does give me the fucking creeps. Like seeing all those black dots on this guy's fucking face. I'm just like, good. Like it's
the worst.
I don't like it at all.
No, it does not. It does not. It's not easy on the eyes. It like sends shivers down your spine. Which is why I like this book so much, because it's very rare for a Batman comic to make me actually feel something.
I know, and it's another just rando Batman book. It's just
I know this came out of
Batman
nowhere.
Full Moon and just like this. Like I'm just like,
yeah.
Wait, do I put this now into my honorable mention? Or is it my top? It's like I don't know, but I'm like, this was a lot of fun, and it came out of nowhere, and I'm like, do I add this one in? I'm like, is it too early for me to add it in because it's like one issue? I'm like, I don't know.
To be fair, I may actually put this one over Batman Full Moon.
Oh,
like I know it's only been one issue. Yeah, but I don't know. I really loved the feel of this one.
I do too. I have to think about that.
Yeah,
now.
for the first time in a long time. And I mean, well, Batman and Robin, I'll give Philip Kennedy Johnson that recently.
Yeah.
This is one of the few that's been a fun, enjoyable read.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Sorry, I totally forgot about that one. And like I said, went in with zero inhibitions and came out like loving it. So that was good stuff. Good stuff.
Definitely my pick of the week. Pick of the week.
Oh, that was your pick of the week.
Pick of the week.
Whoa.
Pick of the week. All right. Robbie's was a distillery book. A distillery book.
No fucking shit. Which gay
dysentery
book is that? Which dysentery book is that about a lesbian chef or what? I don't know. What is that?
They're lesbian bicycle riders
Yeah.
who discover life and how they love each other.
Yep.
What
No
what
tension.
dysentery book did come out this week?
One of the best, I'm sure. It's probably amazing and so poignant and nuanced about how
And
great it is.
nuanced.
Yeah.
Noignan and puanced.
This scissoring is so poignant and nuanced.
It's captivating. It's spellbinding. It just makes you want to keep reading it because the art is so good. It's like, and it looks like absolute dog shit. Yeah, it's like, okay, you're really trying to sell these to people, you asshole.
Oh, you know what? I did get excited when I saw Gotham City Sirens, but I realized, oh, it's just a cover book. So,
oh, it's uncovered.
Ooh, I think it was Warm Fusion. No, it couldn't have been this one. Hey, I mean, it got 5 out of 5. I liked it.
They're all him.
Just like bot accounts that he was like, oh God, I love this.
I ordered heavy on this, please, boys.
Come on, how about old Gil? Come on, seal the deal.
Yep.
Seal
My
the deal.
comic shop really ordered heavy on this one. I gotta
Oh,
make it
God.
sell.
They're right next to my warrior plasms on the shelf. They're gonna move.
Shoot.
Oh,
Now I don't know if it really was that one or not.
Fuck. I don't. Hold on. Do I have to look this shit up? Fuck. I don't want this in my algorithm. How do you even spell it? DSTLR dysentery. What is it?
Distillery.
Distillery.
Distillery. Just take out any vowels and you should be fine.
They couldn't afford them. Got it.
Kind of like
Yeah. No, it was not that one actually. It was The City Beneath Her Feet.
God, that sounds so
God,
gay.
these titles suck.
Oh my God.
Is that the one where it's like the fat girl floating in the air?
I hope so.
The City Beneath Her Feet. Here it is. Let me pull this bad boy up.
No, that's not the one. Never mind.
The City Beneath Her.
Of course,
Feet.
it's James Tiny Onion.
Oh,
Of
that's
course
why.
it's them.
It's Tiny Onion. That's
Of
why.
course.
Once again, another 100 for James Tiny Onion.
We got a girl.
Please notice me.
Notice me,
girl.
senpai.
There's a girl. She's snarky. She's got some powers, and things happen. Boom! There's no
Yeah.
book.
Oh, she's so powerful.
That's actually Drew. You're not wrong. Like it's like that episode of South Park where they talk about how like they put. Was it South Park where they put in all these, or was it Family Guy where they were talking
Where
about
they make
put
fun
in
of
all these
Family
random-
Guy? Yeah, the
Yes.
dolphin or whatever.
And the dolphins just like push up the thing, and it's like it just sounds like you're doing ad libs where it's like quirky,
Yep.
young girl, James Tiny Onion, boom, moneymaker. Let's go,
Yep.
let's go, and she has superpowers. Nailed it.
I was thinking more like Jason Alexander in the movie Blank Man, where he's got like a board full of all these different topics. He's throwing darts at him. You got the vice president and an alien. Have S&M sex. There you go. There's your story.
There you go. Oh, this is what you have, Kyle. Trypophobia.
Yeah, that's probably
go.
it.
Jamin says Dan Waters is among one of the people rumored for new ongoing Batman issues, right?
Him,
know.
I think he is. Philip Kennedy Johnson is, and I forget who the other. There's one other jackass who is. I forget who it is, but it's one of those like warning signs where it's like, oh no, please stay away.
Well, I think Dan Waters was the one who wrote this Batman issue that we loved.
Yeah, he is.
Yes.
So that would be pretty sick if he does actually get on the main title. So
Yes, in that case, I would trust him. Yeah, because
Yeah.
he's earned it. I would say his Destro run hasn't been great, but it's been okay. And he's doing another series right now. I forget what the hell he's doing, but no, yeah, he's doing all right. He's doing all Right. Oh, Nightwing. He's doing Nightwing. I forgot about that. But
Oh,
anyway,
Night Queen. All right.
yeah, Night Queen. But even though it's not another one, it's not great. But he's really getting back to what Nightwing should be as an action series. So I do appreciate that.
Sweet. Well, before we leave for this evening, I do want to shout out Steph, my nerdy home, and she just donated a full 10 doll hairs through Stream Elements. Thank you so much, Steph. Woo! Yeah, like I said, once again, for those of you who don't know, the channel is indeed demonetized, which is why you will see that little tip jar at the bottom of the screen and then also pinned as a comment in the chat. You guys can also find it in the description of this live stream. But yeah, so as of now, as we continue forward as a demonetized channel, I'll still have the tip jar up, and that way, if you guys want to send any money our way as we go through this whole process, all the proceeds will go to the channel, and all of it's 100% goes straight to Stream Elements and like my PayPal account, and not 70-30, me and YouTube. This just goes straight back into the PayPal account and into the channel. So, which, by the way, I noticed that Stream Yards, which we are going live from right now, upped their prices from like $20 to $45.
Whoa.
Like 2 months ago.
Wow.
I was like, whoa. And they don't have like a regular, just kind of basic plan that's like, here's $20. You can stream this and that, but you can't do this and that. So I was looking for that $20 one. It's gone. So you can only do like the minimum is like $45 a month. So I was like, all right.
Shame.
Okay.
Wow.
So,
fuckers.
With all that being said, Steph, thank you so much, because like I said, that goes right back into the channel. That goes right back into subscriptions for stuff like StreamYard, for Filmora, which is where I do my editing, all that good stuff. But yeah. Yes. So all that being said, you guys got anything else before we take off for the evening?
Sunday night, I should still be ready for that Whatnot live sale for my my books.
Oh,
Comic Man.
nice, man. Hell yeah. That'll be rad. Yeah, that'll be super exciting to get to be on there with so many great, artists and creators. So that'll be exciting. And what time is that for those watching?
8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Cool. All right, good deal. Yeah, bring your wallets. You want to get some of the stuff that's on there that Drew is selling. So that'll be fun.
Yeah, stuff that hasn't been seen since it first came out. It's sold out so quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, the Born of Blood stuff, eh?
Yeah, the original Kickstarter preview editions of Born of Blood. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
The New York Comic Con exclusive Ariel Diaz and Tristan Thompson. Yeah.
My favorite.
The topless. I brought out the topless one. The elusive topless one. Yeah.
Got to bring out the topless.
Yep.
And then, before I forget as well, next week I will not be here. So we will not be having our live stream on the 20th. However, the 27th, we will have our Christmas live stream. So we'll be reviewing some Christmas books. And then we'll also do a little gift unwrapping for the holiday spirit to get everyone just feeling, jolly and grateful and thankful and, full of holiday Christmas joy. So
sure. Yeah.
That's what it is, right? Yeah.
That's something like that.
Yeah. So we've also got Brian McClay here from Beyond Wednesdays. Thank you so much, brother. He says, much love, guys. Great show tonight. Thank you, man. And keep up the great work over on Beyond Wednesdays and what you guys are doing over on the Steins Top 10, Hot 10. Let me know. You guys may be seeing a ton of books coming from that Marvel Rivals video game, I'm assuming. Jessica Landshark should, potentially. Mm-hmm. So
I'm curious to know where Laura Kinney X-23 / kind of not really Wolverine and
X-Men and Dazzler roundup on their
No.
lists for the week.
No. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, when you have like the Marvel Rivals books, and you also have those Mark Spears like monster books, I'm sure that those are probably weighing out the rest of the competition. I could be wrong. Brian's much better than me at this stuff, but
there's only one of those books that I want one of the covers, and it's the Halloween poster homage.
Oh,
but I'm waiting for that to drop in
I don't
price
know.
in about the next month or two.
I love that first one though, the Bride of Frankenstein. She's got
That's
the
cool.
showing, yeah. So, Muhammad, thanks for being here. Hope you're having a great night. And thank you guys for the support and for watching. We always love hanging out with y'all. And there you go. Hit the nail on the head. Hey,
Nice.
maybe we should start doing a spec channel. No, I'm kidding.
Dude, yeah,
We're there.
It'd be a prospector channel. Our logo would be like an old man with a pickaxe, and he finds like a comic book buried. Yeah,
chipping away.
Yeah,
yeah, that'd be pretty funny. No, as much as like I think that'd be there's a niche portion of YouTube there. I think reading has always been more fun for me. I don't know. Like
shitting on books is so much fun for me.
Oh, it's cathartic. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
the reading and the reviewing of it. The reading of it sucks, but then the reviewing of it is like, oh, finally I can talk about this stuff. So, well, I mean, beyond Wednesdays, Brian says spec is boring. You guys make it pretty fun, I gotta say. And then when you talk about the best, the top 10 of the week, and also the books that are like, some of y'all's favorite, that stuff, you make it pretty fun, which is tough to do. I feel like when you're talking either numbers or data analysis, trends, it's tough to make that stuff engaging. And I find you guys do a good job of it. So, hey, sometimes, reading the books and reviewing them can be kind of boring, especially if it's like a meh and there's just nothing there to go off of. It can be brutal. So,
yeah,
but no, I'm grateful that we went the route of like, reading and reviewing it. I tried the spec stuff earlier on in my comic book collecting career. I wasn't good at it. And two, I always just preferred reading. So, yeah.
Same. I can't spec for shit. I don't.
What are you talking about? You're our designated spec guy out of the three of us. We come to you when it comes to
hey, just because I've been right every time doesn't mean I'm good at it. All right.
Listen, Jim Lee is not always right.
Sure bet. What would Jim Lee do?
It's never
how I live my life, and this is where I am today.
It's never a sure. It's it can miss.
It's that North Star. It's always there up in the sky. You just gotta look.
Can't miss. It's hot.
Mm-hmm.
It's hot. So, all right, chat. Once again, you guys are awesome. Like I said, we won't be here next week, so have a wonderful rest of the week. I'll hopefully have the channel back up and monetized within the next 2 to 3 weeks here. That's when they said the process should hopefully go through. That's when at least I should hear back from them. And like I said, hopefully at that point in time, it is good news, because then we can just keep moving forward and chugging along. If it's not, then we're going to have to start rethinking things in terms of where we want the channel to go, how we can potentially remonetize the channel, or do we create something brand new, wholly, different and unique, and try and start again, but on a different thing. So like I said, hopefully it doesn't get to that point, but you never know. So hopefully I think we've got some people in high places. It's always about who you know and who knows you. And I think hopefully because of that, we should be in good shape, but we'll see. Prayers are welcome. Prayers are always welcomed. Other than that, have a wonderful weekend, guys. Enjoy the time with family and friends this holiday, Christmas season. And make sure to find someone at a grocery store or at a restaurant and just look them in the eyes and go, Merry Christmas. And if they
Merry
don't
Christmas.
say it back, then
they're going to hell.
How dare we say Merry Christmas, Max? How dare we?
No, you have to say Merry Christmas, and anyone who does not say it back is a Santa Claus denier, and I will not accept. I'm going on a crusade against Santa deniers. So there you go.
Hell yeah.
All right. Take care, guys. Like I said, have a great week, and we'll see y'all soon. Bye.
Bye.